Please be seated. I'd forgotten how to turn on the mic. I'd like to call the meeting to order. You will notice I'm not wearing the robe and the chain. Usually we would, but it's been tradition, at least for myself, that I consider this to be a working meeting, and the robe and the chain aren't necessary for that, so thank you. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community our meeting on traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection. Please be seated. And Mr. Kelly, if you could conduct a roll call, please.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Bennett?
Present.
Councillor Brose?
Present.
Councillor Doncaster?
On time.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Donahue?
Here.
Warden Emo?
Present.
Councillor Giardini?
Present.
Councillor Grills?
Here.
Councillor Yon?
Here.
Councillor Lynch?
Here.
Councillor McKenzie?
Present.
Councillor Mayville?
Present.
Councillor Murphy?
Here.
Councillor Nicholson?
Here.
Councillor Service?
Here.
Councillor Watt? Councillor Weir?
Here.
Councillor Wilmer?
Present.
You have quorum, sir.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to just make a few remarks before I turn it over to Chair Murphy. Good morning to all of you, and thank you for preparing and attending this morning's 2023 budget deliberations. I want to thank our directors and their teams for working long and hard to present the numbers in the budget and the commentary on the implications of the numbers. Those are not easy conversations to have when you are as committed to service, building capacity, and to your departments as you and your staff have been. To council and the public, budgets over the years have often been an exercise in conversation, an exercise in collaboration, and also expressing a vision about what we're going to look like over the next 5 to 10 years. And I suspect this year will be the same. We do know that in committee, I've noted, and I want to make mention to council and committee members and the chairs and to say thank you for your many questions and observations. We hit you with a variety of new terms like CMI and a variety of funding formulas and percentages that move up and down as you move from program to program. And some of our divisions, there are no real debates about the money because they're, in essence, flow-through funding with a bunch of TPAs, transfer payment agreements, which confine how you can spend the money and report on them. So those funding arrangements and those percentages, you look through those and ask questions about what did that mean to our public and what did that mean to service. And so I really want to congratulate you on staying focused on your task, which is to govern and ensure that we serve our community. Budgets aren't just numbers. They're about people. They're about services. They're about our community. They're about our future, about our assets. They're about what we look like today and what we will look like tomorrow and who we're going to serve. This year is particularly significant as we're also reassuring our community that we're ready to recover and ready to lead the recovery from COVID. COVID's not quite over, as we know, and it won't be for a while, but for the most part, we have to get back to living our lives, providing services, providing hope and vision for the community. And I fully expect at the end of the day, and I have confidence that we will have the right budget for that with your help, with your deliberations. So thank you. Chair Murphy?
Thank you, Warden, and thank you for those opening remarks. Happy Budget Day, everybody. We have a lot to get through today and potentially tomorrow, but knowing that the weather is coming, I don't want to rush anybody through this budget. It's a very challenging budget, as you all know from your committees, but I think that if we can get through the presentation and if you could jot down notes of questions that you want to ask, we'll reserve those for towards the end. We do have some mitigation measures in place that our staff and the warden worked on over Family Day weekend. So thank you for that. Your dedication on a long weekend is noted. But let's see what we can do to make this budget palatable, yet, as the warden said, still give our amazing service palette through all of our different committees. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to Mr. Kelly. Thank you.
Happy Budget Day and happy Pink Shirt Day for those that I see. Councillor Wilmer, he understood the assignment. Thank you very much. There you go. So good morning, Council, and nice to see you all. Today is going to be a full day, so I'll try to be brief once again. I will go back to my share the screen. Hold on a second.
Way to go, Craig.
Way to go.
Way to go, you already ruined Budget Day.
This is a great way to do it, though.
So for those that were not in attendance or haven't watched the riveting Zoom YouTube video, this is our strategic plan that was presented at the Finance and Administration meeting last week. And again, want to thank everybody for their engagement over the last month and a half or so on developing this. As Council will recall, we met early part of January and discussed the previous strategic plans. From that point, we heard what you had to say, and we went as a senior leadership group and met with our managers and some of our supervisors together to work with your strategic vision and how to work it out and walk it out as an action plan moving forward. So I'll skip a couple of slides here at the beginning. And the message from the warden and the CEO, of course, are there up front, and a lovely picture. This has all been distributed and will make its way through. So part of that exercise that day was to renew our focus on our mission and our vision statements. And you'll note in your packages as well on the screen for those watching today is that we've updated the mission statement and the vision statement based on your comments that we heard and some of the comments we heard over the last few weeks. So again, we refined the mission statement to determine that the mission is based on the 6 priorities identified in the new strategic plan. And the vision statement we've laid out as a proposed 20-year vision. The 4 years, of course, of your term is very important, but I think it's important that you set the tone for the next 10 years for the residents and future councils as you see fit. And you'll note that we've updated some of the language in the vision statement, and we've emboldened the terms that we believe are strong messaging to those: advocating, embracing, managing, identifying, progressing, and working. These are terms with the sentences that follow that we will be moving things forward in an effective and mostly efficient manner where possible. Of course, it's not always efficient. It's about serving the public in the best way possible, but we'll find efficiencies where we can and always looking for that innovativeness. So moving through that is your goals and objectives, and I won't spend a lot of time on this screen as opposed to spending time on the following screens. We've broken them out into your 6 goals that you set for us. And you'll see now we've identified actions to achieve those goals or those objectives. Of course, your key objectives are listed with each goal. Your goals being financial sustainability, workforce development, community wellness and healthcare, shared services and resources, attainable housing and infrastructure, and environmental resiliency. So again, on each one, we've identified a series of steps to work with you over the next 4 years to bring these to fruition. What we heard last week, we've enveloped in some changes this week. Of course, in this financial sustainability, Councillor Donahue had suggested some updates to how we handle our long-term financial plan and asset management plan, so we've made those changes moving forward. But again, you'll note for each goal how we've laid it out in a series of years and terms moving forward. Why is this brought today? Well, this goal and many goals played a role in how we developed our budget. Of course, we started our budget process in the fall, and then we've delayed the budget meetings till today, February. Normally we do this in January. But we wanted to hear from you on what your key priorities were. We did. And it's affected some of the changes that you may hear later today, some alternative solutions that we're proposing and may propose, and some creative models on how we got to some of our recommendations that we submitted to you last week in our committees. So you'll note a rollout, in essence, of our timing. So you'll see some things are happening this year, and of course the next couple of years. Some will happen in every year of this term of council. But again, just to run through them in the shortness of time and ability for questions. Goal number 1, financial sustainability, with the 2 goals, the two main objectives of updating the asset management plan, the long-term financial plan to set better benchmarks and to confirm their accuracy and validity. And to develop a coordinated government relations advocacy strategy. And of course, we do this through Roma, AMO. We have a member of this council sitting on almost every provincial and federal board of municipal governance. So that is our role, and we hope to move that forward in the next 4 years. Goal number 2, workforce development. It was identified that we need to continue lobbying for the transfer of qualified people from other regions into the vacant positions we have here. You, us, we're all working with a deficit of staff, and trying to find that workforce is becoming increasingly difficult. And for the sake of the crudeness of the term, is robbing from each other to get staff is continuing, and we need to find a coordinated approach on how to attract new people to these roles that are important. Further is collaboration with our educational institutions. So we are working predominantly through our economic development team with Algonquin College and some of our school boards to further this along. And you'll hear more about that through some programs that Mr. Davis will be surely bringing forward in the next couple of months to committee. And of course, this rolls out to, I think it was Councillor Brose that says it's not just about us as a municipal government, it's also about the workforce on behalf of our ratepayers. How do we help them? So this will reach into those businesses as well. And of course, the ongoing encouragement of small business. So that's part of workforce development for those to choose that path of working for themselves as opposed to working for others. Goal number 3 is community wellness and healthcare. championed by community services and emergency services departments. But it was noted and omitted from the last draft, with apologies, that our Ontario Health teams, we have 2 of them in our geographic region, play an important part. We are aligned with Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team through an agreement, but of course we still have a relationship with the Ottawa West Four Rivers Ontario Health Team, centered in centered in Arnprior, but fed more into the Ottawa area. However, under this goal, we're looking to keep VTAC going, and that's, of course, top of mind. We hear every day a new version of what the government is proposing. There was something else in CBC today from another region. Everybody's suggesting that we need to do this more virtual. There was a recent tweet I read by a notable warden that said they're losing 3 doctors in the next couple of weeks in our area, so there's another at least 3,000 orphan patients in Renfrew County. So VTAC is an integral piece of the healthcare matrix moving forward. Seniors-based health services. We've gone through the service of seniors housing strategy in 2020. We want to expand on that and work on some of the recommendations moving from there. And of course, primary care support, working through there. Nicely done on this one through your facilitation was the fact that long-term care is deeply engaged on this as well, and I want to point that out, that long-term care will play a large role in goal number 3 moving forward. Goal number 4, we've heard from you, and I touched on it in terms of staffing, is the shared resources and shared services. And I think it's integral that we all look at this in some fashion. We hear a little bit about that today, and we'll hear more over the next few months. Is getting together, and you'll note as one of the pieces here, is getting together once again as a group to define what we all have in common and what we can share and who can pick pieces up from each other, and I think that's important to do. So it's defining what we can share and developing a plan on how to roll that forward. Sorry, I missed that step. Goal number 5 on your screens now is attainable housing and infrastructure, of course, top of mind for our government, your government, and of course the federal and provincial governments. What we have is a series of good action plans, but Ms. Lapine and her team would really like to move forward with developing a true and accurate strategy moving forward on how we're going to address our aging infrastructure and how we're going to take advantage of grants and opportunities moving forward. Those of you will be familiar with the Pembroke project we have to build some housing. It's fraught with challenges, if I can. We also are looking at a CMHC funding opportunity for an opportunity in Renfrew at the moment, partnering with our long-term care facility. Again, these are projects that we're doing out of happenstance, I guess, because there's funding, but we don't have a clear strategy on what we're rebuilding or what we're newly building. So we want to move forward on something like that earlier in this term and roll that out. And part of that is just developing a strategy to what we do with our vacant lands. And I think that it's important to work with your municipalities. There are some municipalities that are sitting with many acres of your own undeveloped land that we'd like to work with you to determine what your best uses are and could they form part of a community housing strategy moving forward. There was a mention, and we've left it in here, about first-time home buyers. We're not sure how to tackle that, so we've probably pushed that off to next year. But I believe that the best way to tackle this in the immediate term is that an important and knowledgeable and educated planning staff will help first-time homeowners navigate the path through to new home ownership. And we've placed broadband in here because we believe, as you do, that broadband is an essential service to all households in Renfrew County. So I know that Councillor Murphy and Warren Yimau, through their work on the Warden's Caucus and EORN and the Leadership Council, will definitely impart that moving forward to our partners. And lastly but not least is goal number 6, environmental resiliency. And the key cornerstone of this one is that we develop finally a climate action plan and move forward on rolling that out to all of our facilities. We will be looking to municipalities to see who can we work with. Municipalities also play a role in the larger footprint of climate action plans in Renfrew County, and just developing that baseline that we can all use. Of course, part of that is also an emergency exercise. We are always, at this time of year, watching the snowpack in northern Algonquin Park, concerned about the Ottawa River levels. And again, we're watching that. So just making sure that our emergency exercises are up to date and include things that climate change may affect moving forward. So Council, this is your draft strategic plan, and we are ready and willing to work with you to move this forward and to present this to County Council next week and to the public and say we're ready and willing to work with you. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns? Okay, seeing none, we will now move to Corporate Services Department overview of 2023 County of Renfrew budget. Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and good morning to County Council. Our Deputy Clerk circulated to you an email on Friday containing some of the documents that we will review today. So beginning on page number 2, you should be looking at, and it's on the screen, I suppose, is the lead sheet for the 2023 budget and long-term financial plan. Our outline for today and potentially for tomorrow is that we will look to discuss the guidelines that were set for staff in the fall of 2022, the 2023 budget guidelines. So we'll just outline those or refresh council on what those guidelines were. We will discuss the impact on the 2023 levy. So using those guidelines, what is the levy dollars that we have available to us? We will provide for you a draft county tax rate, making some assumptions, and typically our budget is adopted, our spending budget is adopted early in the year, and then following a meeting that we will hold with each of your local treasurers, we will discuss and bring forward recommendations to this council on tax rate policies. So taking that expenditure budget and then applying some tax policy to that to create some tax rates and apportion municipal taxation across all of the property classes in Renfrew County for 2023. A couple of things, and specifically for our new members, some things that are included in the budget that we thought we should review for you is a project called the Service Delivery Improvement Plan, which is essentially the renovation of this building and the elimination of a number of corporate leases and the return of all of those departments and divisions and staff under one roof. And so I'll talk a little bit about that whole plan and the impact that it has on the 2023 budget and the future funds that are available to this council because of that plan. Talk a little bit about COVID-19 because obviously at the County of Renfrew, with a paramedic service and 2 long-term care homes, as well as many other services, there has been a significant impact to us on COVID-19, and you need to understand the impact of that on the budget that we are looking at today and historically, our actual results in 2020 and 2021, and of course in 2022. I'll at very high level just review the regulations that apply to us as well as to your local municipalities with respect to asset management plans. And those regulations, of course, have an impact on what we do and how we plan our asset renewals on a go-forward basis, and then attempt to come up with a funding plan or funding program to finance that asset renewal over a longer period. And then this year, something a little bit new, but my colleague, Mr. Daniel Burke, sitting next to me, who is our finance manager, has played a pretty important role in working with each of the directors and their management teams in taking the budget guidelines that were set for us in September and developing the budgets that are before you today. So I've asked Daniel to present to you the operating budget for each of those divisions throughout later on today. From that, we also have a 2023 capital budget. There are reserves available to us to assist in financing that capital budget, and we'll review that, as well as we have 2023 staffing changes. And a number of years ago, these chambers directed staff that at this budget meeting, if there are any planned increases or decreases in staffing hours, that those increases or decreases must be summarized and provided to you in a business plan approach, justifying why we're increasing hours or why we're decreasing hours, and what the financial plan is in order to afford any increases or decreases in hours. And so that's contained in your package today, and Daniel will refer to that fairly regularly as he goes by department and explaining the budget changes before us. Later on in the document then, under Ontario Regulation 588-17, the asset management regulations, we are required under that regulation to create a plan for renewing our assets over a 10-year period. And we're also required to adopt service level standards for our assets, condition ratings, if you will, to our core infrastructure or core assets. And then we have to also develop a plan, how are we going to finance that over a 10-year period to ensure that we meet those service level standards within the budget process. So I'll review and talk to you a little bit about that. That, of course, ties into the long-term financial plan. How are we going to finance these assets over the longer term, or the asset renewals? And then at the end of this process, the finance chair and the warden will assist in getting to a adoption of a budget bylaw. So that's our future for the next day or two. And so I'll just begin with the budget guidelines. So in September 2022, the County Council provided guidelines for us to staff to prepare the budget, and essentially Council has asked that we prepare a budget using an annual levy increase of 2.5%. They've also confirmed the remaining elements of our long-term financial plan, which was developed in 2014 and approved in 2015, that we would restrict the use of that increase in the levy to only 2.5% for operating expenses, that we would use the current value assessment or CVA weighted growth, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in detail, and we will dedicate that to our capital reserves for the renewal of infrastructure. The estimate way back in 2014, using about a 7-year average, was 1.48%, and so that's what we built into the long-term financial plan. Council also directed that any new capital projects that exceed $3 million, that we agree to debt finance those projects, that we include in our long-term plan provincial capital, dedicated capital funding of at least $500,000 per year, that we dedicate federal gas tax reserves of at least $2.6 million, and of course that's what it was at that date, and we dedicate that to the renewal of our assets in the long-term plan, and that we do not dip below $2 million as a minimum capital reserve balance. In addition to that, Council directed that we prepare a budget for non-union staff with a cost of living or inflationary increase set at 2%. And along with that was a budget schedule that in September highlighted that we would be sitting here today, February the 22nd. So just starting off with 2023 County of Renfrew levy, which is a combination of two things. One is the COLA target established by Council, but the second element of that is that CVA weighted growth. So what is assessment growth? And in the next number of months, we will bring back to you our tax policy recommendations, and so we will review this information. But assessment growth represents assessment increase or decrease regardless of market-based reassessment. And those of us in this chambers will realize that MPAC has not done a market-based reassessment since 2016. We are still operating with a tax roll that was created based on 2016 values, and we have not increased that or updated that return roll to a current value assessment as of 2023. So typically during tax policy, when we get a return roll, we have to separate what is growth and what is reassessment. And growth is important to County of Renfrew. It's important to every local municipality simply because growth represents new dollars. It's new dollars to your municipality, new municipal levy dollars that did not exist last year. All municipalities see a revenue impact because of growth. Reassessment, the change in market value that MPAC imposes, does nothing for you. Doesn't generate $1 of new municipal levy. It simply provides a shift in taxation between properties, between property classes, and in Renfrew County, between the upper and lower tier municipality. It shifts the burden of the tax levy, but it does not create any new revenue. Growth is the only thing that creates new revenue. This is, think of it as a new house that was built on your street last year that didn't exist the year before, and that new house contributes municipal levy. So that revenue is a new revenue stream for each municipality. So in 2022, and growth is measured at the end of the previous tax year based on all of the supplementary assessment that comes in from all of the new properties that are coming online. And we experienced growth of 2.16% in 2022. And you can see that we're providing some history all the way back to 2007. 2022 is only surpassed by 2015 as far as growth in this particular picture. And as I said, leading up to 2014, growth averaged about 1.48%, and so that's what we used in our long-term plan. After 2015, it certainly dipped down to about 1%, being the average of growth over the next period of time, and we've jumped up in 2016 to growth worth 2.16%. In dollars, that's $1,089,000 of new revenue that's coming into the County of Renfrew because of new property growth last year. So that's one element of our municipal levy coming from growth. The second element, of course, it's council directed, and in September, council directed that we prepare a budget using a levy increase of 2.5%. And I'm providing for you a history, if you will, on this particular chart, showing that, well, we had a very flexible levy target, if you will, leading up to 2015. In fact, our levy at the County of Renfrew averaged only 1%, our COLA levy, for the 7 years leading up to 2015. So we had 1% levy change. We introduced in 2015 our long-term financial plan, and that plan was created to ensure that we had sufficient funding to be able to support our infrastructure on a go-forward basis. And so for 3 years, we adopted the principles of that financial plan. 16, 17, and 18, 3% was the levy increase per year. For the next 3 years, we dropped it to about 2.5%. Last year's levy, as directed by council, went down to 1.61%. And of course, we got the direction to prepare this budget at 2.5% in September. So if I combine those two, 2.5% is the council-directed increase in the levy. The new revenue coming in from growth is 2.16%. Council doesn't have to direct anything to do with that. That all came from building permits and development that was taking place throughout Renfrew County. So in total, the levy increase would be 4.66%. So if I look at my levy of 2022 of $50,540,000 and I increase it by 4.66%, that would create a new levy target of $52,893,000, or an increase of $2.3 million. Again, growth is worth about $1,089,000, and the rest is coming from that council-directed 2.5% increase. So, just some idea, again, back to our agenda for the day, some idea of what would be the tax rates if we adopted a county levy target of $52,893,000. Before I get to the rates, I have to explain one little nuance. is that we have in Renfrew County a restricted property class, which is our industrial class. And it's restricted because our tax ratio for that class has always been, since 1998, in the introduction of the Ontario Fair Assessment System, that ratio, that relationship of the industrial class to the residential class was higher than the provincial threshold. And because it was higher than the provincial threshold, we were not allowed to pass a budgetary increase onto our industrial class. In 2001, the province changed the rules a little bit, recognizing that it's not necessarily fair that one property class gets away with no budgetary increase year over year, and they allowed us to impose 50% of whatever the budgetary increase was on all the other classes, and we can impose that on the restricted industrial class. That principle, if you will, has been in place since 2001 until last year. And last year, County Council made a decision that over a 2-year period, we are going to reduce the industrial ratio down to the provincial threshold. And we're going to do it in 2 steps, half of it last year, and in 2023, the second half is going to happen. So now the industrial class is going to be at the provincial threshold. So now any budgetary increase that the residential or commercial property owners experience, the industrial property owners will experience as well. So that's a little bit of a nuance, and I needed to set that up for the next page when we start looking at tax rates. So tax rates in 2022 at the County of Renfrew level were $381.62 per 100,000 of assessment. And in 2023, if we follow the 2.5% council target, the tax rate would be $391.50 per 100,000 of assessment. The median property value for 30,000 properties in Renfrew County, residential properties, is $203,000. Again, that's 2016 valuation. That means that County of Renfrew tax rates, taxation on the median property value would be $794.74 per year. That's an increase of $20. So if we followed, or if we met the levy target of 2.5%, we would have a $20 increase per average household in Renfrew County, 30,000 households. So why is that not 2.5%? And that's my little note at the bottom, because the industrial ratio is going down slightly to meet that provincial threshold. And because of that, every other property tax will pay a little bit more. There's a shift in the tax burden taking place because we're reducing that tax ratio. So the tax change would be 2.6% rather than 2.5%. So just sounds a little bit complicated, but I had to ensure that everybody understood that's why it's 2.6%, not 2.5. Okay. Of course, all of the budgets that are before us today have come through various committees. Committees, I think, clearly understand that there were some challenges in creating a budget for 2023 that met the 2.5% council target. In fact, our starting point in the budget that was presented to all committees was 10.7%. And what we did is we provided a plan for each of the committees to ensure that every committee or every department finds service level reductions that will get us to the 2.5% target. And so each director presented those plans to each committee last week, explaining what it would take for us to get back to a 2.5% budget. That's a decrease in our levy of $3 million, or decrease in our expenditure level of $3 million to reach that target. The next chart that I'm providing to you, or slide I'm providing for you, is really just giving you some sense of what's taking place in other counties in Ontario. And so the treasurers are all dealing with essentially the same issues that I'm dealing with here. And so there was an email circulated to treasurers last week, basically when committees were active, trying to get some sense of what's happening across the province to counties as far as the budget pressures that are taking place. And so we've got 9 or 10 who responded to that particular email indicating where they were at. I think only 2 of these have actually adopted a budget. The rest of them are in process, very similar to what we are doing. But the average of the challenges as far as the county levy comes in just over 6%. That is essentially what's going on with our peers across the province. I did, in my opening remarks, talk a little bit about the Service Delivery Improvement Project, essentially the renovation of this building, and I just wanted to ensure that everybody understood a little bit about what took place and what are the financial plans around that. So in May of 2021, we provided this update to Council, who had previously approved the concept of eliminating 5 commercial leases and bringing all of those services into this building and what would be the impact of that. We had a project cost of $4.8 million in order to do the renovation. How are we going to pay for that? Well, the primary driver was the municipal modernization grant that we received, and we dedicated that $725,000 toward this modernization effort. In addition to that, we applied for and received approval within the Ontario Works and Child Care budgets to cost share this movement to a common counter, if you will, for our community services. This is something that the ministry was very supportive of and was willing to allow in our budget a renovation amount that we could dedicate to this particular budget. In addition, we had some funds within our council-approved 2020 provision for unallocated funds budget of $300,000. So the net principal that had to be financed was $3 million as far as this building renovation went. So we had 2 sources for that renovation. Of course, we did have a tenant in this building, the Renfrew County and District Health Unit, and they were contributing at the time $318,000 worth of rent. What our business plan was, of course, all of our departments were paying commercial rent outside of this building, and so our plan was to move them into this building, and their first year rent would be exactly what they were paying wherever else they were located. So the increase, if you will, in the rent available to us by moving out the health unit and moving in all those other services was $164,000 per year. In addition, obviously, by not operating 4 or 5 separate administration and reception areas, there were some cost savings on the human resources side of things, and we were able to achieve these through attrition. So we eliminated a number of positions by moving everyone in, and of course we had some duplication of services, and our cost savings through attrition from salaries and benefits was $302,000 per year. So in total, we had efficiency savings by moving into this building of $466,000 a year. So if our principal is $3,097,000 and we contributed $466,000 per year to repay this amount that had to be financed within a 7-year period, we would have fully repaid the renovation of this building, and then from that point on, council will have $466,000 per year, almost 1% of the tax rate available to you to make decisions to invest however you wish. This principle of building something and repaying this amount that we borrowed, either externally or from our own reserves, has been a principle that we've applied for many, many years here at the County of Renfrew. In fact, We built Renfrew County Place in Renfrew and used that philosophy for that building. We have 4 ambulance bases that we have built over the years. Again, we've constructed those bases through reserves and repaid them through annual lease charges to our paramedic service. We have an office in Armprior at 80 McGonigal, which is occupied by community services. Again, we built that facility through our reserve funds, and then we are repaying that reserve over a number of years through the lease charges to our housing, community housing, Ontario Works, and childcare services. So that's a philosophy that we've used for many years, and so we've applied that to this building as well. So you will see $466,000 a year being transferred back into a building reserve fund in 2023 as part of this particular project. Also talked a little bit about COVID-19 and COVID-19 and its impact on the 2023 budget. So right off the bat, I'm making the statement the staff have not included any COVID-19 related expenses in 2023 that would impact the municipal levy. And the reason for that, and I'll just go to the next chart, it's pretty small printing, but in the very first year of COVID, we had expenditures related to the management and mitigation of COVID impacts to county departments and services that were in excess of $9 million. All of that expenditure was funded through either the provincial or the federal government in a variety of subsidy programs that were available to us, primarily through paramedic services and long-term care, but we also received some federal dollars called a Federal Safe Start program, which allowed us to apply funding against eligible expenditures, and they could be in salaries and benefits for folks who were off sick or for a period of time who were not allowed to come back to the workplace until a 14-day period had expired, or if they were direct expenses in PP&E or other expenditures related to managing COVID. We had $9 million of expenses, but no impact to our 2020 financial results. Likewise, in 2021, $9.321 million were expended, and all of those expenses were fully covered by provincial or federal subsidy programs. It continues in 2022. We're currently in the offices next to council chambers, working very hard at finalizing our year-end results for 2022. So I've just taken a snapshot from a report that came to council in June, and 6 months into the year, we had spent $4.2 million, and again, all of it fully funded by provincial or federal subsidies. The message here, of course, is that we are not budgeting any COVID dollars in our 2023 budget because there will be no financial impact from COVID in 2023 to County of Renfrew ratepayers. We believe that the expenses that we incur will be funded either by provincial or federal subsidies until such time as the province or the federal government announce that those subsidies are no longer available to us, and so then we will begin to wind down our activities likewise. The next thing I'll just introduce to you, and we'll come back to this later on today or tomorrow, is Ontario Regulation 58817, which is the asset management planning regulations and the impact on the 2023 budget. So the Act, of course, was from 2015, and that was entitled the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act. But in 2017, the regulations explaining the details of how this was to take place came about, and that's Ontario Regulation 58817. There were a number of elements to that particular regulation. The first one was a requirement that all municipalities were to outline their commitments for best practices and continuous improvement in something called a strategic asset management policy that had to be adopted by council. So the deadline for that was July the 1st of 2019, so that's already passed. The very next item on the timeline is phase 2, which is asset management plans for core assets being water, wastewater, stormwater, roads, bridges, and culverts, you must do the following. You must have an inventory of all of those assets. You must determine current levels of service measured by standard metrics, and those are prescribed to us, as well as you must prepare a plan to maintain those levels of service over a 10-year planning horizon. So the first element, strategic asset management policy, in May of 2019, we created and adopted by Council our strategic asset management policy, which is essentially Council's commitment to ensure that we are going to follow the Act and the regulations as prescribed to us for managing our assets on a go-forward basis. The second deadline, which was originally July the 1st of 2021, but due to COVID, they deferred it to July of 2022, and every municipality must prepare an asset management plan for core municipal infrastructure assets by July 1 of 2022, and in respect of all of its other municipal infrastructure assets by July 1st of 2024. So, the requirement is core assets for us, that's roads, bridges, and culverts. But in 2024, next year, every asset must be included in our asset management plan, and we must have a detailed renewal, service level standard and renewal plan for 10 years for all of our assets. So if in fact we have an asset as small as a piece of equipment, and for us the threshold is $5,000, we must have a plan for every piece of equipment that we have in excess of the $5,000 value for its renewal or replacement over a 10-year period. In addition, the municipality's asset management plan must include the current levels of service being provided, and with respect to core municipal assets, the qualitative descriptions set out in column 2 and the technical metrics set out in column 3 of the following tables. Well, what does all that mean? Well, here we go with the following tables. For roads, which is table number 4, column number 3 is for paved roads in the municipality, the average pavement condition index. So that is the index that we must use to describe our current level of service for our road network, as well as predict for the next 10 years what that level of service will be following our asset management plan over a 10-year period. For bridges and culverts, again on column number 3, for bridges, the average bridge condition index value, and for structural culverts, those for us being over 3 meters, the average bridge condition index value for those structural culverts. So there it's laid out in the regulation what we need to do. In addition, item number 4, for each asset category, the life cycle activities that would need to be undertaken to ensure that we maintain our current levels of service as described in paragraph 1 for the next 10 years. So that's a requirement that we have this year. It's also a requirement that you have this year in your own municipality for the next 10 years to be able to establish an asset management plan that will maintain council-approved levels of service over a 10-year period. So our original asset management plan, November the 26th, 2014, of course, this plan in 2014 was created before Ontario Regulation 588-17, 3 years in advance of the regulation. Our original plan focused on condition ratings because those qualitative descriptions and technical metrics were not available for 3 years after the fact. So our initial plan talked about condition ratings of all of our assets. Moving forward, we have adopted by council resolution service level standards for those core assets. So not condition ratings, good, fair, poor, those sorts of things, but we've actually adopted by resolution since the introduction of our asset management plan, our service level standard for those 3 categories. And in the first column, you'll see the target PCI or BCI. So for roads, the target is 70. So think of a brand new road. We just built it, we just paved it, we've got the lines on it, the first car is driving over it. That's a PCI of 100. So our service level standard says that for our road network, that's 1,626 lane kilometers of roads, our standard will be 70. Some worse, some better, but our average, our standard must be 70. I'm just going to stay with the roads then, and to the right, you'll see the actual PCI rating. So our friends in Public Works are actually conducting a rating of every one of those road segments in our inventory and have determined in 2022, we sit at 67.6 as our average PCI rating. So we're not quite there yet, and we weren't there in 2014 when we first developed our plan. But our 10-year capital plan, which is contained in your package today for roads, means that I've got to spend $250 million on roads over the next 10 years to follow our 10-year capital plan for roads. And if I do that, my PCI rating at the end of 10 years will be 71.4. I will have achieved the service level standard as prescribed by this council via resolution. We've met our obligation under Ontario Reg 58817 because we have created a plan that will ensure that we maintain the service level set by council over a 10-year planning horizon. Pardon me. For bridges, we're currently at 68. Our target is 68. We're currently at 70.3. And after $51.3 million over the next 10 years, we'll be at 69.3. Not quite at the 70.3, but very, very close. And for culverts, we are currently at 68.1. And after 10 years and $42 million, we expect that our BCI rating for culverts will be 70. There are 81 bridge structures and 151 major culverts in excess of 3 meters. So the next point is essentially that our 10-year capital plans were developed to ensure that we meet these service levels during the 10-year planning horizon. Later on in our budget presentation, we'll go through our 10-year capital plan, and we'll go through our long-term financial plan and talk a little bit about how it is that we need to be able to finance these plans in order to maintain that council-determined service level standard and be in compliance with the regulation. However, at this point, Madam Chair and Mr. Warden, I would like to turn the discussion over to Mr. Burke, again, our finance manager, who was very involved in developing these budgets for each of the departments that were reported through to committees last week and are bringing those budgets forward through to today.
If I may, are there any questions about this slide deck at this point? Councillor from Whitewater?
Thanks, Warden. I just have to slip back. There's a question on the slide that spoke to the budget guidelines from a resolution. I don't have a number of the slide here, but where it talks about utilization of the CVA weighted growth into capital reserves, estimated at 1.48. Yeah, the question is just, I understand that we're putting forecasted growth into reserves. Is it earmarked in reserves specific to support growth, or can it be used for other purposes? Is there any direction that council had given prior to that?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So our program for our growth is to dedicate all of that revenue to something called a TCA renewal reserve, which is a capital reserve which is dedicated to supporting infrastructure renewal over a 10-year planning horizon. So it's earmarked or dedicated to support the 10-year infrastructure renewal over our planning horizon. So it is restricted currently by council for that purpose.
Sorry, supplemental then, please.
Yes, sir.
So just to be clear, renewal is replacement of existing assets. There's no designated reserve to support growth. Where does growth come from?
Please.
And through you, Chair. So growth, our 10-year capital plan is created to support renewal of existing county-owned infrastructure as it is today. We'll talk a little bit later on about growth because we certainly have some growth-related pressures. In fact, there are $45 million worth of growth-related pressures. Last year, Council approved that we enter into an agreement with an external agency for the purpose of creating development charges as an option for supporting growth for county-owned assets across the county of Renfrew. That proposal will come back to this council in either May or June of this year for consideration around development charges. But other than that project, there is no funding that we have set aside or created a reserve fund to support growth into the future. Our original plan was to support county-owned infrastructure as it is in existence in every budget year.
Perfect. Thank you, Warden. I have two other questions, but I'll yield the floor to any other
I
members.
think I saw the member from Greater Madawaska, and then we'll come back to Whitewater.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. You mentioned that we're not budgeting for COVID relief. Do we have guarantees that's going to be covered, or are we just making that assumption?
Through you, Chair, and thank you for the question. We received something called the Federal Safe Start Initiative in 2020. Was a pool of funds that were available for us to use over a multi-year period, provided we were using those funds to offset eligible expenditures. Again, salaries and benefits, if they were for sick costs or even enhanced overtime or regular hours that were incremental costs in order for us to provide COVID mitigation programs. On top of that, we had a number, so that was really just a pool of money available to us to be used in wherever we need to support our departments. In addition to that, we had a number of provincially run subsidy programs which were available to us in order to support costs within specific departments. So for example, in our long-term care homes, if you were to go in and visit someone in a long-term care home, you would be screened before you arrived at the door. And so there's funding available for us from the province of Ontario because the province requires us to screen individuals before they come into the workplace, either staff or third-party individuals or visitors, or we have enhanced cleaning or protective equipment expenditures. All of those things are subsidized by the province of Ontario because the province requires us to do this, to do testing at our long-term care facilities. So those programs are not, in effect, guaranteed beyond most of them beyond the current budget year, which is March the 31st. If the province then removes, I believe, if they remove that provincial subsidy for having testing at long-term care, they would have to remove the regulation that requires us to have testing at our long-term care homes before staff or visitors are allowed to come in. So I think the funding would only be removed if the regulation to expend money on COVID mitigation was happening at the same time. But we do not have, I believe, in any of our programs, any commitment beyond March 31st, the current provincial fiscal year end, and then we'll see what renews beyond this. But, you know, if the province was to announce that that funding is to be removed, then I would expect that the obligation for us would also be removed on a go-forward basis.
Thank you. Supplemental?
Yes.
That stands for the federal funding as well, you assume?
And through you, Chair, the federal funding, we have not done any reporting on the federal funding. It was granted to us in 2020. There was some concern about if we don't spend the funds in the first year, what do we do with those funds? Do we return it to the federal government? But the indication was that that was multi-year funding available to us to be used as necessary, again, on eligible expenditures only. And so we've used those funds in 2021, and we again will use them in 2022. We believe there will be a balance remaining for us to be able to use into 2023, but it was a one-time payment. There has been no other federal funding that has come our way. So when those funds are depleted, those funds are depleted.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Member Whitewater Region.
Thank you, Warden. And I appreciate this. Just trying to make sure I understand the context before we move forward. The second question, same slide. It calls for a minimum capital reserve balance of $2 million. Can we get any context as to why $2 million was selected as the number? Just to give us some appreciation of going forward. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. I believe that in 2015, there was some concern that we were going to deplete our capital reserves to a point that would be less than the $2 million mark. So Council wanted to ensure that on this particular long-term financial plan, that the resources available to us would not allow us to draw down reserves any lower than the $2 million floor. And at that point in time, we had to ensure then that the financial plan was increased to ensure that we had no less than a minimum of $2 million in our capital reserve balance. The purpose behind that was to ensure that we had some funds available should the province announce some capital funding available to municipalities on a cost-shared basis, so that, you know, if they had $1 million available, that it was going to be 50-50 funded, so municipalities would have to contribute a portion toward, you know, a particular capital project. So I believe Council at the day wanted to ensure that we had sufficient funds available to be able to cost share in any future funding announcements that would come to the municipality. I believe that's what it was.
Thank you. I can add to that. We were using the term at that point of the basement floor. Where's the basement floor, you know, where we can start building from again? So that is a very good summary of the 3-month conversation.
And just for my own understanding, we'll have an opportunity to review that setting at some point in the coming year.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Through you, Chair, yeah, we will certainly get back to that later on in today's discussion about the budget when we get to 10-year capital plans and then long-term financial plans.
Perfect. Last question, if I might.
Thank you.
For in-year decisions to expend money outside of the budget. So mid-year, we've set the budget. Sometime during the year, we decide we're going to invest in another opportunity that's arisen. How does that usually approached from a budgeting perspective? Where does that money found? Is it just earmarked for future reserves, or is it held as a budget pressure? How do we typically in the past approach unfunded changes in year?
Through you, Chair. So if for example, we had a project, a capital project, I'm just going to select as an example a roads project. So we have a washout, a beaver dam releases, and we have a roadway that's washed out. We have some significant dollars in order to deal with that particular issue. The operations committee would then be presented with the cost estimates to deal with this situation and a number of financing options available to them. Deferral of projects that were planned for 2023, that we could defer into a future year and use those funds to do the remediation work. We could look to utilizing some of our federal or provincial grant money that was earmarked for other projects and use it for this now needs, if you will. We could look to capital reserves and again bring forward a resolution to say, look, we didn't plan to use these reserves in 2023, but we need them in order to deal with this situation, or applying for some new grant dollars, whatever, or even debt financing. If the expenditure was going to be greater than $3 million, we could look at all of those as options. On an operating expense point of view, again, the only other, if we had some operating expenditure that was not budgeted for, our County of Renfrew budget, in its entirety, it's roughly $150 million in expenditures. We have one single line item called the provision for unallocated funds, $300,000 available to us, which is not earmarked for any particular project, but it is to be used for those types of situations, unplanned, unbudgeted, and so we could dedicate that fund to this unplanned operating expense. If it exceeded that, we'd have to come up with some other options for council to consider as far as supporting these expenditures. Typically, the only one available to us would be perhaps some sort of a operating reserve, but again, depending on the nature of it or what department it's coming from, we would have to provide a number of options to support that unplanned budget.
Perfect. Thank you, Warden. I appreciate the context.
Thank you. Can I suggest we take 10 minutes and then we'll plow through to lunchtime, because the next section is the longest and we'll stretch through lunch anyway. So with that, sorry, Councillor Abinson Bromley.
Thank you, Warden from Renfrew. A couple of comments first. So as I understand, and certainly Mr. Foss quite clearly articulated how we would accommodate some of those. There is also very specific for Mr. Perkins. We did reestablish a winter control reserve about 2 or 3 years ago should we experience some substantial uptick in winter control. But as I understand it as well, Mr. Foss, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Mr. Davis has already spent some of this year's $300K. Is that not correct?
Through you, Chair, that is correct. Some of that $300,000 in the 2023 budget, which is before you again today, we entered into last year a grant application process with the province of Ontario. Again, municipal modernization, I think it was stream number 3. We had until, the original deadline was until February the 28th of 2023 to have expended those funds against that particular application. And it was a cost-shared application, 65% province, 35% the municipality. So, of course, last year we had to apply for, and we received approval from council to apply for these funds. And so our share was roughly $170,000 of the potential dollars that were available to us. And so council adopted a resolution that we would use the provision for unallocated funds, $170,000 of it, to cost match the provincial share in the 2023 budget year.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just a couple of other points certainly on the slide that is in front of council right now, page 5 on the reports. I just wanted to bring to council's attention. So on the first bullet point, you will note that it says the annual levy increase, and it highlights in red 2.5. The standing long-term plan called for a 3% increase. But I wanted that as the preamble because the 3% that was required of the first bullet and the 1.48, call it 1.5, of the third bullet, in total what we needed from the levy was 4.5% increase. You'll note this year that the 2.5 plus the 2.16 is actually exceeding that. So our levy is actually more than what our long-term financial plan requires of us. The other thing, Mr. Warden, through you to Mr. Foss, I wonder if you might return us to page 15, the slide show. Yeah, I just wanted to speak to this very briefly. You will note, and I'm assuming that when it says we need to reduce the levy, in fact, what it's suggesting is we need to reduce the increase to the operating expenditures. If we were to reduce the levy by $3 million, we'd now have a $6 million hole. But I also wanted to suggest that there are other options even than reducing the $3 million, what's identified as the baseline as we get into the meat of today. But just to remind Council, and I'm sure as you've all struggled, as I have, with our budgets at each of our lower tiers, there are several options. Not just that we would reduce the operating increase. We could reduce the operating increase, sure. We could increase our levy, we could draw from reserves, or we could incur debt. So I think that that's important to understand to that principle as we move through the entire budget process, is we are not restricted in how we address, if we wish to accept the budget baseline versus the 2.5% target increase that the long-term financial plan imposes. There are several options. You will hear that multiple times, if you have not already heard it, several times in your municipal experience, that there are three options of how we finance things: debt, reserves, and levy. And those are still available to us today.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, it's seeing no more questions. If we could come back at 10:30. Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Council. I hope everybody had an opportunity to exercise the break for what it was intended. And we'll move to Mr. Plant, and the idea is he'll go all the way through his presentation, and then we'll go back through it department by department for your questions. So if you could just... Mr. Burke, I'm sorry. Daniel, who's Daniel Plant?
I didn't know who Mr. Blunt was.
Sorry.
We don't have that business case.
Yeah, sorry.
He was playing a game of Clue.
Yeah, oh my God, sorry about that. Oh, I wonder who that is. Anyway, thank you. And so if you wouldn't mind just keeping your questions, and as I said, when he gets through his presentation, Mr. Burke will be focusing on your questions for each division. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. So if we can begin on page 40, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the format, but just to go through it once again, if I can draw your attention to the fourth column from the left, what we're calling the 2023 baseline budget. And this is the column where we're saying that in order to provide the same level of service we did in 2022, what would it cost? And that's where Jeff had mentioned the 10.7% increase to property taxes. The next column to the left, the 2.5% target pressure, this is the column where staff are detailing the changes they feel are the best way to meet the council target of a 2.5% increase. And then one more column to the left, the 2023 budget at 2.5%. This is, of course, the column that incorporates the prior two columns to show what a 2.5% budget would look like, a budget that meets council target. And then the last column, furthest to the left, the budget enhancements. These are increases to the level of service that have been recommended either via committee or staff. So, in the summary page here on page 40, you will note the baseline budget requires funding from the levy at a rate of 10.7% higher than the 2022 level. There are very large variances contained in there, and I'll walk through what they are committee by committee. You will notice that after our reductions noted in the pressures column, every department comes in at or below the council target of 2.5%, except for two, Public Works and the finance expense area, and I'll speak to those in detail when we get there. On top of our 2023 budget at 2.5%, we have enhancements coming from the committees totaling $1.2 million. So if I move to page 41, first up we have the Development and Property Department. In total, about a $2 million budget, spending across a number of divisions. It begins with a status quo budget increase of 17.9% and requires reductions of about $300,000 in order to meet the council target. It also has an extremely small enhancement figure there. So the first division on the list, page 42, is the Pembroke Property Department. That is the expenses for this building and the D&P property staff who primarily work here. It is one of the few divisions that can meet its 2.5% target without having to do anything. The main cause of this relates to the completion of the SDIP program, in which departments are now paying rent at a 3% escalation factor. So that's the first year of that increased rent. As well, in the 2022 baseline budget, which we are measuring against, there was a significant enhancement, which was the reconciliation garden out front. So that gives us, this department specifically, a bit more room when it comes to comparing budget over budget. Just a few points of note. The current year special projects listed there for, I believe it is $40,000, is a climate action plan. The current year capital plans for this building total $312,000, $60,000 in door openers that are funded by provincial funding, $33,000 for a new generator transfer switch, and $40,000 for a new pickup truck. Those are detailed in the later pages of your package, but I'll try to just keep them summarized when they are small enough to be summarized offhand. So there is one capital item that is not on the long-term capital plan budgeted in this department's capital budget. It is $180,000 for consultation on a new paramedic base in Eganville. So the lease for the paramedic base currently rented in Eganville ends December 31st, 2024. So they are considering alternative options. Just to mention it, the lease for the Pembroke paramedic base ends in September of 2025. So not a this year problem, but coming up very soon. And if this goes ahead, that we begin planning for a new base this year and building it or renovating it next year, then we would be required to come up with a business case where that would be funded by a charge to paramedic service and repaid over a 10-year term. So moving pages, the next property department is the Renfrew County Place building, which is in Renfrew. So this is one of the few revenue generating divisions of the county. So that negative 30% unchanged service target variance is not a good thing. That is a reduction in revenue. So that's a bad thing. The decline is mostly based on the decline in lease revenue. So several tenants have served notice to move out of Renfrew County Place. So in our pressures column, the solution to meet the council target would be to bring in new tenants to take over that vacant space. And we would have to get lease revenue of an additional $63,000 in order to meet the council target of 2.5%. The capital plans for this building are $340,000 in roofing, $220,000 in HVAC repairs, $50,000 in parking lot repairs, and $13,000 in crack sealing. As well, here again, there is another item on the capital plan that is not in the long-term plan, and that is a new storage building for paramedic services, estimated at $425,000. Again, this would have to, if approved, have a repayment plan over 10 years, which would charge paramedic service and increase the pressure in that department. All of these capital items would be funded from reserves, and again, the paramedic storage unit would have to have a repayment plan to those reserves. Moving down to the bottom of page 43, property base stations. These are 4 buildings, Armprior, Barry's Bay, Petawawa, and Deep River ambulance bases. You'll notice that the net cost is 0 to the levy. The premise of these buildings is that they charge enough rent to repay for their construction and build a capital reserve that they can call on for repairs. So the bottom line of this these 4 bases is a transfer to reserves of $161,000 contributing towards that repayment. So the rent of these bases is then expensed inside the paramedic service department. So capital consists of $47,000 in total, which is $10,000 for parking lot repairs in Armprior, $20,000 for parking lot repairs in Petawawa, and $17,000 for floor sealing also in Petawawa. And that's all coming from the prior mentioned reserves. Moving pages, we have the Armprior office. This department and building is based around the exact same premise of the paramedic bases, that the rent it pays, that the rent charge repays the cost of the building and contributes to a reserve for repairs. It's currently occupied by 3 tenants, which are Ontario Works, Childcare, and RCHC. So you will note there at the bottom, the contribution back to the reserve fund is $83,000 to contribute towards the repayment of this building's purchase. There are no planned capital improvements for this building. Moving along to the OPP property, this is the OPP station in Renfrew, built on the exact same premise that we are charging enough rent to repay the cost of the building and cover any repairs. And at the end of the term of the lease, council will own a fully paid-for building, and it was paid for by rent charge to an external organization, this time the OPP. Capital plans for this building is $41,000, which is a HVAC unit and some parking lot repairs, all coming from reserves. Moving on to page 45, we're moving into the forestry department. Forestry baseline budget has a substantial increase over the prior year in terms of percentage, 23%. However, in absolute dollars, that's very small. It's only $6,000. The cause of the pressure is primarily wage cost increases and increases to the tree planting and tree marking activities scheduled for this year. In order to meet the target of 2.5%, staff are proposing a reduction in office supplies and to increase some revenue. And I believe the discussions around increased revenue are already taking place in some closed sessions of the Property Development and Property Department Committee. There is a planned enhancement to the Forestry Department. However, it spans several other departments, so maybe we will defer that till we reach the end, and then the director can speak to that one. Moving pages into the Trails Department at the top of page 46. This is another department that can meet its target without the need for any changes. I just want to highlight a few points on this budget because there's a lot of changes from the prior year. The donations in kind amount of $3.5 million is a match for the capital acquisition of $3.5 million, which is the last piece of the land transfer agreement to own the entire length of the Algonquin Trail, the abandoned rail line. There is a small cash component left of $34,000 to contribute. Also, to note, the account marked Algonquin Trail Development coming in at $4.1 million. This is the cost to complete the stone dusting as well as other maintenance items to the Algonquin Trail. The reason for the large increase year over year in this budget is a resolution from March of 2021 that identifies the county spend $2 million of its own funds per year to complete the trail over a 4-year period beginning in 2021. And those funds be withdrawn from reserves and repaid as a first charge on any surplus, which is kind of a unique funding method for that particular project. So the $4.1 million of work consists of a base maintenance budget of $260,000, a provincial grant of $255,000, a federal grant of $1.4 million, which is a 65% cost match, and then the remaining balance of a county share of $2 million coming from reserves funds being repaid as a first charge on any surplus. And the enhancement in the trails is part of the business case I spoke to earlier. Moving down the page into the GIS department, the baseline budget for GIS includes a plan to complete a flood mapping study at a cost of $150,000. This, along with the staffing and benefits pressures, are the primary reason for the 33% baseline increase over the prior year. In order to meet the council target of 2.5%, this division would have to delay one computer replacement and recover 50% of the cost of flood mapping, the flood mapping study. So $15,000 of that recovery would be charged to the emergency management budget, and the remaining $60,000 would have to be recovered from the lower tiers involved in the study. So if at this point I could turn to the business case on page 101 for the enhancement and turn it over to Director Davis to talk about his planned enhancement.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Daniel. So on page 101 is the start of the first business case you'll see, and you'll see a number of business cases coming through you from different departments and divisions throughout the day. In this business case, we had a great opportunity with the recent staffing changes of Mr. Craig Kelly going to the CAO position and myself going to the Director of Development and Property Department, where we could really look at our department to see what we can do to streamline things and to make efficiencies and actually increase services to a number of divisions and departments within Renfrew County. So what I'll do, if I could, just to make sure we're all on the same page, just to give you the proposal. So the proposal is in front of you as a business case. To remove the manager of forestry and GIS, the position, change the existing GIS technician position to a GIS coordinator position, add one full-time GIS small planning position. When I say small p, planning position, to help alleviate and help the stressors we have in the planning division. GIS staff to be reporting directly to the planning division manager of Bruce Howarth. The county forester reports directly to the Director of Development and Property. Add one full-time forestry technician position. Change the existing forestry and trails technician positions to a dedicated trails coordinator position. Remove the existing annual 4-month contract position within the trail maintenance and provide that to Public Works. And last but not least, Public Works will have the responsibility of the trails, county trails, and the area weed inspectors position as we move forward. And as background, as I mentioned, this is an opportunity for us to look at this division and this department to streamline things and to create efficiencies and increase services to the different departments. And the main background, the main pressure from this was actually from the 2020 service delivery review. I'm sure you've read this in your package, your orientation package. And in this report, Strategy Corp mentioned a number of initiatives that we could have taken back in 2020, and now we have the opportunity to actually implement a number of these initiatives. One of them was to reduce the number of managers within D&P from 4 to 3, which I'm proposing to do with this business case. Place the county forester in a more strategic role within the county of Renfrew with her skill sets. Actually mentioned within the strategy report in 2020. And last but not least, transfer the trail maintenance and the trail bill, the remaining of the trail bill, to Public Works as we see this as a better fit as we move forward. So when we talk about trails, when we created this division in 2014, the Forestry and GIS division, trails essentially was not a big ticket item. It was 20 kilometers of a K&P trail in a maintenance mode. Since that time, though, in 2016, we purchased the Algonquin Trail. And in reality, the trail has taken up more and more time of this one-half person's position, both in the costing and the time dedicated to have this position, to have the trail maintenance and the build move forward. Secondly is we have large expenditures to finish the trail off, and we do believe that the Public Works has the expertise, has the assets of material and manpower to assist the dedicated trails coordinator to finish this job off. Secondly, for Forestry Division, historically the Forestry Division had 2 individuals. We tried to make it work because we didn't have the Algonquin Trail. As you've seen in the past when we did activity trackers for the D&P report in the past number of years, slowly but surely since we purchased the Algonquin Trail, the activities for the forestry and trail technician position decreased for forestry work. So more and more work was being placed on the county forester, and we needed that second dedicated person to move forward. We have a number of files that we're going to bring towards and to you in the near future: the land claim, cell towers, carbon credits, that puts pressure on the county forester. Therefore, we do need an additional dedicated forest technician to move forward. Last but not least in this business case is the GIS position. GIS has always been a big supporter of different divisions within the county of Renfrew and local municipalities. And in the past, we've always had 2 positions within the GIS department. I started here as a GIS technician back in 2001. As you see, more and more pressure is being put on the GIS staff. We have currently one dedicated GIS technician looking after all the corporate data sets, but we do have big initiatives. We have the flood mapping that's been in front of you to look after that RFP. We have more planning files, more experienced needed to have these projects finished. So that's why you see in the business case an additional GIS staff moving forward. Last but not least, I just want to bring the financial consideration implications for this business case. In reality, with the removal of my old position of the manager of forestry and GIS and the additional staff you see in the business case, it's only going to cost the county $465 to the business case. So maybe I'll leave it at that, Chair, if I may, and if there's any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. So if we can go back to where we left off, which was page 47, we'll carry on with the rest of the Development and Property Department. Okay, so at the top of page 47, we have the Economic Development Division. The baseline budget shows an increase of 8.7%, mostly arising from the return to pre-pandemic levels of spending on conferences, travel, and the like, as well as two cost-shared special projects. The first is a film project grant, where the province is providing 50% funding to a $20,000 project. And the second is a newcomer program, where the province is providing $76,000 to a $115,000 program, and there are some local partners contributing as well. In order to meet the 2.5% council target, there would be a reduction in the marketing and hospitality budgets. The film project would be discontinued, and the Renfrew Shire Twinning project, which is a carryover from prior years, would be deferred. At the bottom of the page, we have the Enterprise Center. The baseline budget shows an increase of 72%. Again, though, this is a very small budget to start with. So there are numerous inflationary pressures, but the largest area of concern is the provincial grant. The confirmed grant for the Enterprise Center for the 2022-2023 year is only $150,000. In order to meet the council target of 2.5%, the Enterprise Center is proposing to draw on its prior year surplus funds. So these were funds that were advanced in prior years and were not able to be spent, and the ERC was granted permission to retain these for future use. So as of 2021, the remaining balance in those surplus funds was $120,000, and this would require a draw of $20,000 to make up the difference. Moving to the next page, at the top, we have the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, which is our contribution to a third-party organization and is increasing per the agreement at our standard percentage to 2.5%. And then the last thing on the page 48 is planning. Planning begins with a baseline budget increase of 18.7%, which is almost entirely caused by wage cost increases, and a resolution from April of 2022, which adds one additional county planner to the department in the middle of 2022. In order to meet the county target, there would be a staffing adjustment, which we can talk about in a closed session, and a change to the tariff of fees bylaw that sort of goes hand in hand with the staffing adjustment to charge for inquiries. In addition to this, there is an enhancement proposed in the county in the planning department, and it begins on page 105, and I'll turn it back over to Jason and scroll ahead to take you to page 105.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Daniel. So on page 105 is another business case you have in front of you, not as complex and not a number of moving parts as the last one. What we're proposing here in this business case is reinstating a senior planner's position. Historically, we've always had a senior planner position. We would really like to have this back in the sense to have a tiered system for new staff. So Typically, what we have now for the planning division, we have junior planners, county planners, and with the introduction of the senior planner position, we have a tiered system to keep staff here at the County of Renfrew for a staff retention. I'm sure you'll all recall that we are losing staff to other municipalities and other jurisdictions, and we need to have that. We believe we need to have this put in place to keep the staff retention. Also, this will help the the manager of planning services, Bruce Howarth, with moving these files along. The senior planner will be able to sign off in different planning files. So, in a sense, we're going back to the future to reinstating this. Also, if you look at the financial implications of this, it is a $9,000 increase as discussed and as described. However, we are planning on increasing our planning fees in the next number of months, I guess, when we review with the committee and county council our planning fees to make up that difference of $9,000. So very minimal increase to the budget, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. So that would conclude the detailed review of the Development and Property Committee departments. If I can go back now to page 49 and begin going through the Public Works departments. So Public Works, in total, about a $9 million budget, and their baseline budget bringing in an 8.5% increase. They have proposed reductions of $179,000 to get to a 6.5% increase, which is not council's target of 2.5%. So if I can spend some time to explain the kind of unique pressure in Public Works. Public Works had a much harder job than most departments because of the impact of a Gallagher salary review, which was begun in the middle of last year. One of the recommendations of the Gallagher report was to harmonize the hourly wage rates for staff, where previously all staff that would be classed as, for example, a level 4 would make the same annual salary regardless of whether they worked 7 or 8 hour days. Now they will make the same hourly rate, and those staff that work 8 hour days earn significantly more over the course of a year. As Public Works employs the bulk of the 8 hour a day non-union staff, this falls the heaviest on them, and they were unable to meet the target of 2.5%. In order to ensure that the county as a whole could meet the 2.5% target, a portion of the weighted CVA growth, which Jeff had mentioned is at 2.16% this year, has been redirected away from the capital renewal reserve and towards operating expenses to help offset that specific Gallagher-created pressure. So if I can move along to page 50, this is just a summary of the Public Works departments. And I can scroll along into page 51 and begin the detailed review. So first up is the Infrastructure Management department, where the infrastructure coordinator and technician work. And the major pressure on infrastructure management is that line item that we're calling infrastructure management, but in fact it's made up of a couple things. So we have a transportation master plan for $150,000, an OSIM, which is an Ontario Structure Inspection Manual review, and a bridge study. These items total $283,000, of which $203,000 would be funded either by OCI or be funded by OCIF. There were no planned service reductions in this area to meet the target. Further down that page into the administration area, this has a baseline budget increase of 7.3%, most of this pressure coming from salaries and insurance. In order to meet the council target or get closer to it, this division is proposing to remove all print advertising, going entirely digital for tenders and job ads, to defer the replacement of a photocopier, and somewhat unique one, to invoice the appropriate government for their share of a radio system that is maintained by Public Works. So Public Works also maintains the fire radio system, So this would involve invoicing the lower tier fire departments for their share of that service. There's also a business case for an enhancement across a couple of public works departments, but maybe it would be easiest if we go there now, and I will turn it over to Director Perkins.
Yep. Yes. Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, Chair. Through you to County Council. Yes, you'll find this on page 107. So what we're intending to do here is streamline our public works and engineering office staff so that we can do potentially more in-house designs. So what you see here is the restructuring of public works. So we're going to move the supervisor of technical services and engineering technicians under the infrastructure division. They actually now report to the public works manager, which is not fluid inside the group. We're going to rename the infrastructure division to capital works division because that is their primary objective, is to complete capital works each year. We're going to hire 3 new full-time positions within the department. One would be a civil designer, and that would report directly to the capital works manager. So that's a group 6, 1,820 hours of course. An engineering tech, again reporting to the supervisor of technical services, and an operations coordinator who reports to the manager of operations. So just a little bit of background. So a civil designer we don't have one in-house right now. So when we do large culverts and stuff, we go outside to a consultant. So theoretically, the money that we'll save on doing these 3-meter larger culverts. Again, we don't design bridges. Bridges have to be outsourced because they're complicated nature, and you do have to have a structural engineer that can approve them. An engineering technician is just, again, on-site supervision. So what we've been finding is at the end of the season, we're ending up hiring a consultant again to do on-site supervision for us. And the operations coordinator. So what I've learned in public works is there's a number of programs, and obviously there's numerous tenders that need to go out every spring. And we actually need an individual that can start with new programs, for example, salt management programs, liquid de-icing for when we do get snowstorms, and all the weed control, roadside maintenance. All those programs need someone to head them up and find out. I believe Peter Drucker said it, if you can't measure it, you don't manage it. So right now we're not measuring it, so I would like to be able to manage it better in that there. So again, the background is there for your reading. So one of the things is the current infrastructure group has completed in-house designs, and we found it to be very beneficial because we do complete them with our in-house day labor staff. So you'll see there in the background a number of the designs that they have done in-house. So in 2022, the design of County Road 21 Beachburg incurred a cost of $77,000, while the construction supervisor of County Road 65 and Foymount Road only incurred $36,900.40. So that's an actual apples-to-apples comparison of what we are paying a consultant to do the exact same job as if we hired an individual in-house. So as you can see, there is a cost benefit there. Also, one of the things with this business case is we are going to come back in 2 years' time and report back to County Council of the efficiencies, or hopefully not, but if there are overruns or anything like that, our goal is to come back and report directly to you what we've done and how well this has worked for us in our group. So, but again, the having a civil designer in place, gives us design flexibility. Definitely higher quality of designs because these people are now in-house. They know our system. That we have much better schedule controls. As you know, we've had a number of contractors running over schedule every year, and that's due to a consultant backup of providing us the designs earlier in the spring. So that's an issue that we're hoping to overcome right there. Obviously, we're going to save on consultant services. And as we go forward with, as you heard from Director Davis, the trail system is going to need an asset management plan developed for that as well. So this is somewhere that we can do designs in-house to cut down costs. And our long-term dream, our goal, is to be able to provide assistance to local municipalities. When you guys need a design for a culvert or something that you could be potentially uploading to the county, then our opportunity to get in and do all the drainage studies prior is there. So it's again, we would like to be able to help more. That's my goal, anyways. A third engineering tech would be joining the technical team for more significantly improved thoroughness and complete review of road rehabilitation designs, and again, improved design schedules for roads, improved safety on roads, and negates increases in design costs due to the need of consultant services on road rehabilitation projects. So it's estimated, while including evaluation of roadside safety, road alignment, signage, and sightlines in road designs, the current technical team could complete design and construction services on up to 20 kilometers of road annually. So consultant services using costs received for County Road 21, Beachburg Road, rehabilitation design in 2022 could be estimated at $31,138 per kilometer for design on a road rehabilitation project. Consultant services used on County Road 65 and County Road 512 could cost an estimated $10,000 per kilometer for construction supervision on road rehabilitation projects. So in this, we show you in the table, even with the additional other benefits, significant savings can be realized as long as the county continues to undertake the design of a minimum of 2.5 more than what is currently achievable using current staff. So internally, with the third engineering tech position established. So you can see there over a period of time that, you know, the total design cost is $93,000. We're paying $674,000 to consultants. To do the internal design is $93,000, and do external design with consultants is $94,000. So the shifting of the current technical team under the Capital Works Division and establishing 2 new positions within the division will provide substantial benefits to the County of Renfrew. However, shifting of the technical team under the Capital Works Division leaves a gap in the operations group, as I alluded to earlier. So we have programs where we repair our patrol facilities, our AVL system, our road weather information system, and other required specialty staff input to maintain. So new operations programs such as electronic road patrol and digital service records require a great deal of time to research and enact, but would provide great benefit to the operations division overall. So therefore, in order to restructure the department to include all road and structure capital works under a single division, a new position is required within the operations group, and that person is the operations coordinator. And again, I won't bore you with all the details. It's all there for you to read. Also, one thing to note is that the 2 individuals in the capital, so your civil designer and your engineering tech, we actually charge that directly to the capital projects. So you don't see it as a budget enhancement in terms of what it costs in operations. It actually comes out of the project. So theoretically, we're actually going to save money by introducing these 2 people over consultant designs. So, and again, we will report back in 2 years. That's our goal. And that is and then of course the financial considerations here is the salaries and benefits is going to be a $175,857 to the budget itself. And as you can see, it's actually an operations coordinator. And also, I forgot to mention that we are moving our administrative assistant. We actually moved our administrative assistants to a part-time position a number of years ago. And that individual does all the contracts and all the tenders for the capital division. So what we've learned is, unfortunately, that person is way overtaxed. So we would like to go back to a full-time admin position in that area. So we've tried it for, I believe, 2 years now, and it's not succeeding as well as we had hoped. So we're coming back looking to move that person, actually not the person, actually move that position back to full-time. So that is the Public Works Administration budget enhancement of $175,857. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. So if I can return back into the pages of operating budget, back to page 52, we'll continue with the maintenance area of Public Works. This is where the winter plowing and routine maintenance is budgeted. As you can see, this is where the largest share of the Gallagher wage review pressure is falling. And so in order to get a little bit closer towards the council target, there is a planned service level reduction to the roadside brushing work plan. Now moving along to the equipment section in the middle of page 52. the equipment contains the equipment operating costs, as well as the staff costs related to that maintenance, which are fleet mechanics. Some of these costs are charged out to the paramedic service for their share of that mechanic time. The major pressure in this area is, of course, again, salaries and wages, but also fuel costs. And in order to get a little bit closer to the council target, staff is recommending a small reduction to the small equipment budget. At the bottom of page 52, we have, just to go back into the equipment, the capital purchases section of that equipment. This consists of 16 pieces of equipment, 3 of which were 2022 items that were not delivered in the year ordered and carried forward. The largest of these is, of the 16 pieces budgeted, is 3 plow trucks, 1 tractor, 1 loader. They total $2.7 million, all of which is coming from reserves. Now, moving on to the bottom of the page and the housing section. This is where the buildings and ground maintenance for the 4 public works patrols are budgeted. Planned in the baseline budget is a building condition assessment for $75,000. By deferring that activity, the Public Works Department will get slightly closer to the target, and that is what they are proposing, to defer the condition assessment of their patrols. Capital plans for the 4 patrols total $317,000, which is $100,000 for 4 fuel dispensing systems, 1 at each patrol, $100,000 in enclosures around fuel tanks, 1 at each patrol, a $32,000 furnace at the Cobden patrol, and $60,000 for 2 washrooms in 2 different patrols. Those would be ladies' washrooms, which didn't exist prior to this. So then we can move to page 53, which is the other and capital section of the Public Works budget. This is where our capital program for the current year is budgeted. So the total planned, I'll say Public Works roads and bridges and culverts projects total $30 million or closer to $31 million, of which $4.5 million would be debt financed, $2.6 million would come from OCIF funding, and $2.9 million would come from the Canada Community Building Fund, which was formerly called gas tax. The remainder would come from reserves. And maybe at this point, I could turn back to Director Perkins and take us to page 92, where we have the details of that budget. And I believe there was a business case or a recommendation that came out of Public Works Committee for some changes to our capital plan. However, we do not have a written business case on it. And maybe if I can just spend a minute and highlight actually one column on this page 92, which is the item Jeff mentioned about BCI and PCI ratings. You will notice that in the middle of the page, we have actually given you the current BCI or PCI rating for the proposed job, just to reference that and how that factors into which jobs are decided for the priority of jobs.
So we're looking at the realignment for Town Renfrew? Okay, yes, thank you, Danielle, and thank you, Chair, and through you to County Council. I do apologize that this wasn't in your package. The recommendation that came out of Operations Committee was that the Operations Committee prioritize the Daniel Street intersection project for the 2023 budget, and further that staff ready options for capital works projects deferral for the 2023 budget workshop discussions. So what's occurred here is on Daniel Street, County Road 2 in the community of Arnprior, there's an intersection that's sort of offset with Galvin and Edie. So in 2020, the town of Arnprior submitted a written request to the county of Renfrew to participate and financially contribute to a project along County Road 2 and Daniel Street. So what needs to be done here is the intersection actually needs to be realigned for not only motor safety, but also for pedestrian safety. So the town of Aaron Pryor has gone to get a consultant, and they've brought back an estimate for us. So the current estimate sits at 1.384 million. With the draft cost-sharing program that we're using in terms, because we don't have a development charges, as you've learned, we're in the process of developing potential development charges. So what we've been using is a cost share, which outlines what belongs to the county, what belongs to the community. So from that, the county's cost to this project would be $684,356. So we are bringing that forward as a budget consideration that you guys will have to decide if you want to fund it going forward, because we have no room within our capital plan for this year to install it. If we do have to move, we can defer a couple of projects if we do decide to do this $684,000 project. Again, I do apologize that you're not looking at what I'm looking at, but as you can see, the intersection is way offset, and it needs to be, again, for motor safety and for pedestrian safety. So it's a realign. Back in, another important thing to note here is there was 4 potential solutions for this problem. One was realigning it and putting in a proper signalized intersection. 2 was right in and right out. So that intersection is right in and right out. An offset signal intersection that if you ever travel to Maitland Road in Ottawa, you'll actually see that there's an offset intersection. It's kind of odd. And the other option was a roundabout, but we immediately threw that out because it was cost prohibitive in that area. There's too much homes to buy and businesses, and there's a hotel on the corner. Anyways, it was definitely. So at the time, the county preferred a right in and right out solution to that intersection. But since that time, there's been a number of instances. There's a concrete median put on Daniel Street to keep people that are exiting out from Galvin Street to make sure that they only turn right or they turn in right. There's been a number of instances where people have crossed the median and things like that. So in order to make it a safer intersection, we're proposing that this is an opportunity to work with the town of Aaron Pryor. So yeah, again, the total cost is $684,356. We would enter into a contract with the town of Aaron Pryor that they get that money and only that money. So in terms of what you've heard earlier, what you see in the county is what we repair. The county very rarely builds new things. We don't build new bridges. We don't build new highways. We maintain the assets that we have. So this is a situation where normally we would just pave the road, and that would be that. So this is an opportunity to work with that lower tier municipality to improve the safety of that intersection. So thank you.
Thank you, Lee. And that would conclude the Public Works section of the budget. And we can move back to page 54 and begin the health section of the budget. So Health Committee has a baseline budget increase of 18.5% and has suggested pressures or reductions of $2 million in order to meet the council target of 2.5%. Moving to page 55 is a further breakdown of the Health Committee. If I can just reserve speaking about Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge until we get into the detailed section of the package that relates to them. So midway down the page then, other long-term care. This relates to an agreement to transfer and pay for 21 long-term care beds that were moved from Bonnechere Manor to the North Renfrew Long-Term Care Home. A long-standing agreement, but there's no changes to the price. Then health services. This is the payment to the health unit. You will notice that we have a baseline budget of $2.5 million based on the proposed changes to the way health units are cost shared with the province. Subsequent to the design of the budget, we have received a funding letter from the health unit indicating that those proposed changes have been deferred. So therefore, the pressure reduction noted of $750,000 can be taken as a confirmed amount. and we can put off the pressure of the health unit for another year, being aware that these changes are only deferred, and at some point we might expect a new cost-sharing model to take effect. And the last item on the page is the Ottawa Valley Health Team, which is a new initiative of the provincial government that is fully funded, and the County of Renfrew is acting as the banker of these funds. So on page 56, we have the paramedic service. The paramedic service has a baseline budget increase of 16.1%. The primary drivers are in medication costs, increasing fuel costs, and mostly in wages. Not only from increasing WSIB pressure, but also from a union agreement that contains a 2.75% increase and a change to the employer side of shared benefit costs. There is a business case incorporated into the baseline budget found on page 96, and at this point I would turn it over to Director Nolan to speak to that.
Thank you very much through you, Chair, Madam Warden, or Mr. Warden. Looking at page 96 of the report, there is a catch-up business case here related to commander hours, and as you're likely aware, we just went through an exhaustive process in terms of the collective agreement as it relates to the paramedic number of hours. Paramedics have historically worked one less shift than a continental schedule, and as a result, typically found themselves at 2,080 hours a year. The commander group has worked the 14 shifts per month at a 12-hour shift, which obligates, from a scheduling perspective, that they be salaried at $21.84, and in doing so, going from 80 to 84 hours a week. So there's a net change here of $57,050 and a net change of 728 hours to the overall budget. And that really is about an alignment and a catch-up, if you will. The practice for many years has been consistent with this number in terms of number of hours, and we're just doing the correction in terms of salary benefit costs as it relates to that 728 hours of the commanders in Group 10.
Thank you, Mike. So if we can go back to page 56 and the paramedic operating budget. So in order to meet the 2.5% council target, staff are recommending the removal of a 12-hour ambulance car from the Eganville base. The reduction of a 12-hour car alone, however, would not be enough to meet the council target. In order to meet that target, staff are recommending using the entirety of a WSIB reserve of $621,000 to offset this increasing cost. This reserve would then be empty with that transfer, and the pressure would be deferred for 1 year using the entirety of the county WSIB reserve. The capital purchases budgeted in the paramedics include 5 ambulances ordered in 2022 but not yet delivered, 2 ERVs, which are the vehicles that aren't ambulances, 1 side-by-side, and several heavy-duty laptops, all funded from reserves totaling $2.4 million. The budget also envisions ordering 5 more ambulances. However, they will not arrive to 2024, and this would have no cost implications in the 2023 year. And then if I can draw your attention to the enhancement column, there is an enhancement which came from Health Committee to increase the number of ambulances on the road. Staff have provided the pricing, which is $562,000, if we were to add a new ambulance, a 24-hour ambulance coverage car, but only beginning at the halfway point of the year. So the total price to add one 24-hour ambulance is approximately $1.1 million. And maybe I could turn it back to Director Nolan to speak to that enhancement. Unfortunately, it came from Health Committee and there is no written report to match it.
Thank you for that overview. Certainly, as it pertains to a portion of the discussion today, I think it's best discussed in closed as it pertains to any reductions in staffing. But the straight line math calculation as it relates to the enhancement component is reflective of a 24-hour service level, meaning 2 12-hour shifts contemplated at 2/4 of the year or half of the year's total cost. While the vehicle that's identified within the transfer to reserve component would be the total cost of that vehicle for what would be 2 shifts, presuming that they are staggered shifts as opposed to overlap shifts, meaning not working at the same time. We do have some capacity within our fleet to be able to absorb the vehicle component, such as that we can use some of our standby vehicles that we have available as part of our fleet maintenance program. So there may or may not be an additional cost of a vehicle associated with that. However, the allocation of one vehicle is before you as part of the enhancement costs within the budget. And there is also a nominal cost related to the operation of that vehicle that has been itemized for us here today.
Thank you, Mike. So if we carry on to the next page, moving out of the core or base 911 program, page 57 begins the other paramedic programs. And this is a collection of a number of funded programs. So the biggest being the paramedic long-term care program funding, which is $2 million a year, confirmed out to March 2024. The community paramedic program funding of $365,000 a year, which is an annual program that renews. The vaccine program funding, which we are budgeting at fully funded. However, I do not believe we have an announcement of any funding in that program yet. Then there are the VTAC program, which has funding announced until March 2023, and what is listed on your budget as VTAC Other, which is specific costs related to the medical receptionist, again funded to March 2023. This budget is based around a full year of VTAC costs matched by a full year of VTAC funding. So there is no provision to use levy dollars to fund the VTAC made in this budget. As I mentioned, the VTAC funding is only confirmed until March, so we are rapidly approaching the point where we have to make a decision on VTAC without funding announcements. I would just draw committee's attention to the reserve schedule on page 90 and a specific reserve called Community Paramedic Reserve. This could be considered to buy the VTAC program some time to carry on without funding, just as an option. Again, though, your budget as it's presented today envisions a funding announcement that would carry this program through the entirety of the year. At the bottom of page 57 is the emergency management budget. This is the department where our 911 dispatch expenses, less our recoveries from the local municipalities for fire service dispatch, as well as the costs for our emergency management and planning exercises are housed. And as we mentioned earlier in the GIS budget, we would be charging a portion of the flood mapping study costs into this department to help offset the expense in the GIS department. All right. Moving along to the long-term care homes, beginning at page 58. if I could just speak generally about both homes, the lion's share of staff in both homes belong to the CUPE union, and the current CUPE union agreement for both homes expired in December of 2021. This budget is based around an expectation of a specific percentage increase. However, there is a significant risk if we have miscalculated what we think that percentage will be. So just a warning that there is a significant risk there. We have given it our best estimate, but it could become a pressure in the future. So speaking specifically about the Bonnechere Manor home, it might be easiest to explain the changes in the homes if I can start with the changes in the funding. So if I can flip ahead to page 64, where we detail the funding for Bonnechere Manor. So, of course, the revenue for each home is made up of a municipal contribution, which is there at the top, which has a baseline increase of 13.5%, and that's the number we are trying to get to, a 2.5% increase. Then we have resident revenue of about $4 million, a bit of other revenue, and then this large block called provincial subsidy. So if you see, the first line in provincial subsidy is called operating subsidy of about $9.5 million. This is the funding we've always historically had. It's a bit of a complicated funding formula tied to a per bed rate and a factor to adjust for patient acuity and try and compensate homes for taking higher needs patients. So below that, we have a number of different fundings that didn't exist before 2021. Collectively, they're almost $3 million in provincial revenue that we were not receiving the year before last. So you can ask how a home would have any pressure having received that big of an increase in funding. And the answer is that all the new funding is tied to spending new dollars. For example, the PSW premium. We are not entitled to keep any PSW premium revenue unless we have first paid the PSW premium to the employee. Likewise, with the others, we have to increase costs in order to earn the funding. So the core programs that we have always been running are struggling under stagnant resident revenue and an operating subsidy that increased 1.4% over last year, but our new and enhanced staffing levels are fully funded. So if I can flip myself back to the start of the expenses in Bonnechere Manor on page 58, there are considerable changes in the baseline staffing levels as we attempt to accommodate the new funding and reallocate it after a year of lessons learned trying to use it. And they are detailed on page 95 if you want to see all the increases and decreases as we attempt to show where we would spend that money. So then in client programs, the planned reductions to meet the council target of 2.5% are all in the area of equipment replacements and resident entertainment. This is the area where we do Christmas and birthday parties for residents. Moving along to page 59, the nursing services, you'll notice that there's a substantial increase in the salaries. All of that is funded by the new funding announcements. Of note, of course, there is another new funding for a new nurse practitioner in the home as well. If I can move along to food services and housekeeping services, the status quo budget is relatively stable, except for the increase in raw food costs, which are based in the inflationary pressure we're currently seeing. Likewise, on the next page, 61, laundry service, again, proposing some laundry replacements to meet the council, deferring some laundry replacements to meet the council target. At the bottom of page 61, the section building and property, this is where we have our physical building expenses, a relatively stable status quo budget, and we're proposing only a few minor furniture replacements to defer to meet the council target. However, it has two more contentious proposals to help offset costs. The first one is to remove the window washing at Bonnechere Manor, and the second is to begin charging residents for internet. Currently, residents have access to the home's Wi-Fi network, which creates a significant bandwidth issue for our actual staff trying to use it. By charging, we could get more revenue as well as unclog some of our bandwidth issues. The charge is estimated at $40 a month per resident for internet. If I could move on to page 62, the admin staffing baseline budget contains one reallocation detailed on page 95, as well as a proposed, the pressures column contains a proposed staffing adjustment, which we can talk about in closed, and the remainder of the reductions are dominated by canceling the staff dinner and awards. So, if I can move to page 63, the capital plans for Bonnechere Manor are, they total $626,000. The larger items are a portion of a new phone system or nurse call system at $160,000 and $290,000 as a portion of a roof replacement, all of which is coming from reserves. And then, if I can go back to page 64, even with all the reductions proposed, Bonnechere Manor will not meet the council target of 2.5%. In order to do that, staff have recommended transferring money from a CMI stabilization reserve to Bonnechere Manor, the amount to total $71,000. As mentioned, Bonnechere Manor has a base, or Bonnechere Manor's base funding is only increasing by 1.4%. Part of that is due to a provincial decision to freeze the portion of the funding formula that's designed to account for the acuity of patients being serviced. The level, what we call the case mix index in the home, was frozen in mid-2022, and Bonnechere Manor is locked at a level below the current level of the patients in the home. So in order to balance the budget, we would tap that reserve. The balance in there is $248,000 in the end of 2022, and we would propose using $71,000 to offset that pressure tied to that base funding increase of only 1.4%. If I can switch homes and go into Miramichi Lodge, and again jump ahead to the funding page, which is page 71. Again, we have the municipal contribution in the baseline budget increasing by 7.7%. We have somewhat stagnant resident revenue. And then if we get to the operating subsidy, we can see that Miramichi Lodge's base subsidy is increasing by 3.5%. Again, the CMI portion of the funding formula is frozen. However, in Miramichi Lodge's case, it's likely frozen at a high level that they were at last summer, and they've probably come down a little bit since then. So it's somewhat to the Lodge's advantage that it's frozen. And again, we can see new funding announcements totaling about $3 million. So Miramichi Lodge begins from a much better start point than Bonnechere Manor. So if I can roll back up to page 65 and speak to the specific departments inside Miramichi Lodge, again, we can see the client programs. There are some reallocations of staff time occurring, and the same proposed reduction to resident special events. On the next page, page 66, in the nursing area, again, we see the large increases in the base budget to accommodate for new funding and the slight enhancement, I guess, or change that's been funded, that ML, or Miramichi Lodge and Bonashire Manor, will no longer share a nurse practitioner. They will now have one each. Moving into the next page, page 67, which is food service and laundry departments. Again, we have relatively stable status quo budgets, except for the large increase in food costs. Page 68, laundry and linen. Again, a relatively stable budget from the status quo, and the proposal is to defer the replacement of some bed linens. At the bottom of page 68, in the building and property section, we have the exact same proposal that we have in Bonashire Manor, which is to begin charging residents for internet access. Moving along to page 69, the general administration area of Miramichi Lodge. The status quo budget contains some pressures, mostly around wages, and the general increase in our service contracts. The proposed adjustments include one staffing change, which we can speak to in closed, and then the same reductions that were proposed in Bonashire Manor, which is staff appreciation dinners, training, conventions, limiting those items. On page 70, we have the payment to the debenture to build the lodge building for 700, or my apologies, there at the top of the page. And then we have a capital plan for $700,000. The largest items are HVAC and hydronic systems for $260,000, renovations consistent with the butterfly model of care to the dementia ward for $60,000, and a nurse call system, phase 1 of that project, for $200,000, all coming from reserves. And that would conclude the Health Committee. We can keep going?
Yes, please. I think we can get through the last ones,
Sure.
the Housing Corporation and the Community Services, and then we'll break for lunch and start with questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we begin again on page 72, we have the Community Service Committee budget, which is made up of 3 items: the Ontario Works, childcare, and housing. A baseline budget of about $7 million. The status quo comes in at 3.3% over the prior year. They have proposed $206,000 of pressure items or reductions in order to meet the council target. In fact, they will actually exceed the council target if they go ahead with those reductions. So, to start on page 73, we have a summary of Ontario Works and childcare, which I can speak to in more detail when we get to the pages following. The only item I would mention here is the childcare budget. The 2022 and 2023 budgets look very different from the 2021 and prior year actuals. You'll see all the zeros there. The change is not so much a change in an activity of the childcare department, but rather a change in how we've chosen to display the data in an effort to make this a little bit easier to understand how the funding flows around the childcare department. So that's all that relates to. On the next page, 74, we have community housing. So a baseline budget increase of 4.7%, which is coming from the need to transfer more funds to the Renfrew County Housing Corporation to offset the costs inside Renfrew County Housing. For those unfamiliar, Renfrew County Housing is a separate entity from the county, and so the county will receive funding from various ministries and transfer that funding either to the Housing Corporation or to other not-profit organizations that run low-income housing or housing initiatives. In that way, this department is mostly a shell of money coming in from the province or the levy and being moved on to other providers to be dispersed to those in need. I would just point out two new fundings on the list this year. HPP, which is Homeless Prevention Program, for $1.7 million, which is replacing the previous programs that were named CHIPPY and Strong Communities. And then an SSRF funding, which is the Social Services Relief Fund, technically 5 separate funds, but this one for $2 million, and it is being flowed through to the Housing Corporation, allocated for the build at Lee and Douglas Street. So moving along to page 75 into the detailed pages for the housing program, or sorry, for Renfrew County Housing. This is the opposite side of the transfers coming out of the housing department. Here they come into the Housing Corporation and get mixed with the tenant revenue and miscellaneous other items. And you can see that in the pressures column, we have a single item, the $161,000, which is the need to reduce the transfer from the housing division of the county to RCHC so that the increase is only 2.5%. Moving to page 76, we have the expense side. So the major issues in the baseline budget causing the increase are, of course, salaries, benefits, increased costs to repairs and maintenance, particularly in the snow removal contracts that have come back. In order to meet the council target, staff have a plan that involves staffing adjustments, which we can speak to in closed, as well as a plan to terminate the lease at the Arnprior office. So currently, the Housing Corporation, Ontario Works, and Childcare are collectively paying $139,000 to the property department to rent all of 80 McGonigal Street in Arnprior. We spoke to this department a little earlier in the day. All 3 divisions would break the lease in Arnprior, and paramedic service, other community paramedic programs would pick up the lease for the 2023 year. They would allow community services staff a landing space for the remainder of the year. This would allow paramedic service to continue to use the building. Right now, they're using about half the building, sort of at the sufferance of community services, have somewhat weaseled in there and moved in. However, given the short timeline of the various community paramedic fundings, this might not be a permanent solution and may only defer the issue of having a community service presence in Arnprior for another year. As a backup plan and a more permanent solution, staff feel they could convert a common room in one of the RCHC buildings in Arnprior to a usable office. However, that's not currently in the 2023 budget. That's just on the back burner. So you will hear that planned savings of not paying the lease costs in Arnprior come up in all 3 community services budgets. And then on the budget enhancement side in RCHC, there is $150,000, which is a plan to do a condition assessment. However, it would only proceed if we do receive funding for that, and then the funding is an offset. So I don't believe I'll turn it over to Laura to speak to that. That's relatively self-explanatory. If we get the funding, we will do the study. Capital plans for RCHC total $4.1 million, of which 2.3 is a new build at the Lee and Douglas Street area in Pembroke. 545,000 is a demolition and rebuild of 202 Cecil Street in Pembroke, and 2.8 million of the total capital budget of 4 million would come from provincial funding, and the remaining 1.2 million would come from RCHC reserves. Moving into the Ontario Works admin costs, which is page 77 and 78. Across those 2 pages, you will note that the baseline budget is only increasing by 0.7%, so a very modest increase there. However, the real pressure is coming from the provincial funding, which is noted at the very bottom of page 78. The provincial funding is being reduced by $131,000, which is only the part-year effect of a funding announcement that changes the funding of Ontario Works admin. In order to meet this pressure, staff are reducing some minor items such as training, as well as the same plan to give up the lease in the Armed Prior Office. With these adjustments, the Ontario Works Department will meet the target of 2.5%. As a caution, though, that funding reduction is only the part-year amount, and the full effect of the funding reduction will have to be felt next year. On page 79, we have the benefit costs for the Ontario Works program. These are the outflows under the actual program. This is one of the few areas of funding where we're not capped at a maximum. If we have a client who comes in who meets the criteria, we will advance them the funds, and then we will be reimbursed for that. So while the $12 million outflow, or about $1 million a month, seems like a very large expense from a levy or taxpayer perspective, there's very little risk here. And then following on page 80 is the leftover of some minor other programs that OW administers, mostly energy assistance. Moving into childcare, page 81. Just a kind of a note, you can see the sort of pinkish colored cells in your package. These items are transfers of the revenue or expense between various childcare funding pockets. They will all net out to 0, every cell that has a sort of a pinkish color to it, but they are there to ensure staff understand which expenses are being claimed in which funding pocket. So on page 81, we have a number of allocations to and from the admin childcare expenses, but if we discard those pink items, then we simply have the department that contains the childcare admin costs, which is based primarily in this building and has a number of staff. Moving to page 82, we have our core childcare program, which is an $8.4 million program and provides subsidies for the daycare program, fee-subsidized children, and operating grants to not-for-profit daycares. We have below that some funding from the Ontario Works for their clients who receive daycare. And we have our licensed family home program at the bottom of the page, which is the program we run ourselves, where we collect the fees directly from parents and then pay a number of providers who run daycares inside their own houses. Moving to page 83, we have the special needs childcare program, which is actually a division of the core funding subsidy. We have a small program called workforce funding left under the special programs area. And then on page 84, we have our early on and Indigenous-led programs, which are a $1.7 million funded program. And then below that, we have a new addition this year known as CWELC, or better known as the $10 a day childcare program. And it has funding of $6.8 million, all fully funded. And of course, at the bottom of the page, childcare is cost shared with the City of Pembroke. So at the bottom of page 84, childcare, you can see that it already meets its budget target and then some, with no requirement for reductions. And this is mostly because of the new funding that was announced. Most of that funding came with additional admin dollars, and that's what's helped offset the increased cost pressures. But if I can go back up to the top of page 82, which is our core funding, the second line from the top, it's an item called Transition Grant, $448,000. The Ministry of Education announced that the admin costs for childcare should not exceed 5% of the total program costs, and they would only cost share in that 5% portion. They then turned around and issued a one-time transition grant that would help agencies reach that 5% target. For a number of years now, they have been continually announcing this one-time transition grant. But there may come a time where they choose to stop that. And if they do ever stop that one-time transition offset, then there will be a very large pressure on the child care department. You can see we'll lose that $480,000 of funding. So not a problem for 2023, but you should keep that one in the back of your mind for future years. And that is social services. Community services, my apologies. So if I can move then to page 85 and into the Finance and Administration Committee. So summarized on page 85, it has a total budget of $25 million. Some of these items are not so much departments as they are just catch-all areas for other activities. So, beginning at the top of page 86, we have the members of council. Council remuneration underwent its own version of the Gallagher study last year, and as a result of that study and the council decisions that came out of that, we are phasing in a large increase to council remuneration over a 4-year period at 1/4 of that increase per year. Because of that, members of council baseline budget is increasing at a rate of 14.7%. So staff would recommend that to meet council's target, they would be restricting councillor convention expenses to $1,000 each. They would discontinue all meals at council meetings. They would cut the advocacy efforts by 2/3, cancel the warden's banquet, and move most committee meetings to Zoom to avoid paying the mileage costs to come to the county. On the enhancement side, in the enhancement column, you'll see a number there, $12,000. This would be the cost to continue to have a third-party contractor assist with the broadcasting of county council meetings onto the YouTube, which was something that was started in COVID when we did not allow members of public into the room. But now that public can just walk into the room, it would be council's decision if they want that cost to continue. So moving along then, midway down the page 86, we have the General Admin Department, which is Finance, the CAO, Deputy Clerk, and Media Relations. The baseline budget is coming in at a 4.9% increase. And in order to meet the council target, staff have made a recommendation that we can speak to in closed. On the enhancement side, we have several items that we've grouped into one kind of special projects line, and these are items that are coming out of our strategic planning sessions. So they total $150,000, being a climate action study, a housing study, and a community needs analysis, all items coming out of the strategic plan that Craig overviewed at the beginning of the day. Moving to page 87 and into the IT department. In the IT department, we have a baseline budget increase of 10.9%. mostly increased benefit costs and software costs. In order to meet the council target, we are recommending pausing the IT corporate-wide training, what's called our Know Before training, deferring the replacement of some computers and network switches as well. The capital purchase for IT is a virtual service server replacement for $17,000, which would come from reserves. There are 2 business cases for enhancements to IT, and when Jeff comes back, I'll turn it over to him to speak to those. Moving along then at the bottom of the page into human resources. So a baseline budget increase of 14%. Primary drivers are again salary and benefits. You'll note that we've already incorporated the reduction in purchase service costs from our recent move to a new employee assistance plan provider. In order to meet the council target of 2.5%, HR is recommending a reduction in office supplies, disability management services purchased from a third-party contractor, travel, as well as increasing the portion of staff time being allocated and recovered from lower tiers for selling those HR services to them. Moving along to page 88. At the top of the page, we have a publicity department, which is a catch-all area for a number of activities related to advertising and outreach. No change proposed there. Then agriculture and reforestation. This is the area where the lower tiers and other organizations invoice us for servicing costs on our forestry lands, which is like a grant in lieu of taxes and forest fire protection services. And below that, at still on page 88, we have our Provincial Offences Court. This is, again, another one of our revenue-generating departments, so that negative 6.9% is not a good thing. That is a loss in revenue. The primary drivers are the increase in salary and benefits, while fine revenue continues to stagnate. In order to meet the council target of 2.5%, the POA court actually has a ready-made solution that's already occurring. Given the shortage of justice of the peace, we've not been able to run the satellite courts, and of course the travel to them and the adjudication costs have all dropped because of shortage of court days. All that is required to meet the council target is for this shortage in court days to continue. Capital purchases in POA are $11,000, which is audio-visual equipment coming from reserves. And there is an enhancement business case for POA, which begins on page 99, and maybe I can turn it over to Jeff to speak to that.
Thank you, Daniel. So on page number 99 is a proposal to change our prosecution services within the Provincial Offences Court from a purchase service by a third-party contractor, which is what we had up until about December of 2022, going back to a model where we have our own part-time staff that are doing provincial prosecutions. And council may be aware from some information we've provided over the last number of months through the Finance Committee that our third-party contracted prosecutor has been appointed as a Justice of the Peace for the Pembroke Court area, which is great news. We badly need a local Justice of the Peace to be appointed to this area. That's the good news. The bad news is she was our municipal prosecutor. And so we were left with the decision to go out and attempt to find another third-party paralegal service who could come in and do prosecution for us in our own Provincial Offences Court, or we could attempt to recruit for paralegal expertise to have a part-time staff person come in and be under the direction and control of the Provincial Offences Office. So the good news was we did attempt some recruiting. and very pleased to let you know that we found a prosecutor coming from the Ottawa Provincial Offences Court, somebody who lives in Renfrew County and was driving into Ottawa on a daily basis, can now turn and go the other way on the highway and drive into Renfrew to provide our provincial offences prosecution services. So I think we were very fortunate that it worked out the way that it did. The business case here, although the dollars aren't a lot of money, we were planning for the eventuality that we may lose our third-party contract and have to do something differently. And in effect, we made that change just in the month of February. And so we're very pleased with how things have worked out. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And maybe if I can just leave the microphone with you and we can back up 2 departments prior and speak to the enhancements proposed in the IT department, which are beginning on page 97. There are 2 business cases there.
And thank you once again. So in the on page 97, there is a business case really to talk a little bit about a change that's happened again through attrition, where we had an admin assistant position in our IT department for many, many years, providing all sorts of admin support for that division. That individual retired over last year, and so the manager is requesting that we consider a business case, then rather than replacing that position with the same administrative style position, that we look to hire somebody who has more technical skills and can function as our first line with respect to our help desk. So we get a significant number of help desk requests on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and so although this position will carry out a number of functions, we would like to move that position to be a frontline response for help desk, and then have some other, obviously some other administrative duties. There's inventory control, purchasing, management, all those sorts of things, which are typically administrative, but we want to make sure that that first phone call can actually assist our operating departments in resolving their problem. Right below that, I suspect, on the next page, if I can get my computer going, we have the introduction or a business case. This is in the enhancement area. This is a business case to consider the introduction of a business analyst position. And a couple of years ago, the strategic plan for the County of Renfrew asked that we do a information technology or a digital strategy review to ensure that the County of Renfrew was operating at the forefront of providing services efficiently and effectively through digital means. The Perry Group was actually contracted to conduct this digital strategy review, and they had a number of recommendations that came forward. One of them that directly impacts the information technology department was to enhance the skill sets that are within the department to ensure that we had somebody who could not necessarily work in the department, but be an IT professional, an IT specialist, and assist our other departments as they transform their businesses and become more of a digital service. So assisting departments in understanding needs analysis, doing functional assessment, going out into the marketplace to understand what are the IT solutions that are available for particular business needs, drafting requests for proposals, selecting potentially software solutions for them, and then working with the department to implement those solutions to get them operating and moving away from manual processes and moving towards a digital solution. So this was one of the higher priority recommendations coming out of that digital strategy review, and so this is being provided for your consideration within the budget enhancement area of the Corporate Services Department and the Finance and Administration Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So if I can take you back to where we were in the operating budgets, which was page 89, And we'll start at the top of the page with our MPAC levy. So this is, MPAC is the third-party provincial organization responsible for assigning property values, and we pay the MPAC fees assigned for the cost to serve the County of Renfrew and all lower tiers. And the $1.54 million is the confirmed 2023 cost. Moving down the page into the finance expense area. So these are mostly the payments on the debts we have incurred to do other projects. This is where the payments are budgeted, as well as the contributions to reserves, which Jeff spoke to earlier in the day, that fund our capital and long-term financial plans. Also in this area, to note, we have our write-off expense. These would be the county share of taxes that the lower tier municipality chooses to write off as uncollectible. And again, mentioned earlier in the day, in this area is our provision for unallocated funds, $300,000, that miscellaneous items budget. Now, moving into the revenue section, of course, we have our levy there, proposed at $52 million and change. And then we have an item called PIL adjustments, a negative revenue. So while municipalities can invoice the upper levels of government for property taxes or things similar to property taxes, there's very little we can do if they refuse to pay them. And this area is where we make that adjustment. Below that, we have the water generating stations. This is a specific form of payment in lieu that relates to hydroelectric dams paid by the province. Below that, we have our supplementary revenue. These are those mid-year changes that have been assessed by MPAC and that are billed out mid-year. So you've built a new house, MPAC sees it, and then you get a mid-year adjustment. And also netted off against demolitions and other things that would reduce your property values. And then last of the items, the Canada Community Building Fund, which is the former gas tax, confirmed 2023 funding at $2.9 million, and of course an interest revenue estimate at $650,000. And that would conclude the operating budgets walkthrough. By my notes, I have 4 times in the presentation mentioned that we could go into close to explain specific planned pressures that we have mentioned. And with that, I would turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you. I think Mr. Foss has 2 more points, and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I understand that I am between you and lunch, so these will be very, very brief. 2 other pages before we take a lunch break. So Daniel's done an excellent job of walking you through each committee and each department, reporting through each committee, what our plans are for revenues and expenses and bottom line impact for each of those committees. Overall, we have 2 final pages to talk about that form part of the 2023 budget package. The first one is on page 90, and that's our reserve schedule. So you will see our reserves, and I'll just quickly explain the layout of the reserves. The first column is, of course, the audited balance as of December the 31st, 2021. In 2022, we had budgeted to make some changes to those reserves. And in fact, at the bottom of the page, you'll see we budgeted to reduce reserves by $11 million from its current position in order to finance activities in the 2022 budget. And then the next column over are known adjustments for 2022. So for example, within our Public Works Department, we had planned to do a number of capital projects in 22 that were to be financed from reserves. Those are highlighted within the capital sheet, and we highlight them in a yellow color, and we reference them as 2022 carryover projects that did not get done for one reason or another. So therefore, we don't need the reserve dollars to finance those projects in 2022. So I'm adding those reserve dollars back into this schedule to get us to an estimated reserve balance of, as at December the 31st, 2022. Then, by sort of topical area, you can see the reserve transfers that are moving in or out of reserve, and they tie into the budgets that Daniel has already presented, whether we're using reserve dollars to finance an activity or whether we're contributing dollars back into a reserve for future capital or infrastructure needs. So you'll see that we're estimating that our total reserves at the end of 2022, we're estimating $56 million. In orange below that, we're expecting that $49 million of those reserves are capital in nature. In other words, they've been designated to support our long-term infrastructure renewal plan. So starting with $49 million in capital, at the end of the year, we're going to use $13.9 million of total reserves, and we're going to draw down capital reserves by $14 million. So our ending balance for December the 31st, that should say 2023 in the far right-hand column, would be $42 million in total, and 35 of those $1 million are dedicated as capital reserves. Then the very last reference that I'll make to you begins on page number 91. Daniel did an excellent job of, as he went through the departments, talking about what the capital expenditure plans are for each department. You'll see them here in alphabetical order, starting with Bonnechere Manor, IT department, Miramichi Lodge, POA, paramedic, et cetera, et cetera. If you go to the very bottom of this capital budget, on page 94, the total capital plan that's being recommended to today's workshop is $43 million. Of that, we have provincial grants worth $5.5 million. We are going to finance $2.9 million from our gas tax fund. We've got $4.4 million in new debt that we plan to issue. One project qualified as being more than $3 million by itself. And that's would be traditionally debt financed. The rest of this has to come out of reserves, and so we're pulling $30.364 million from reserves in order to be the balancing account, if you will, to ensure that we have fully financed our $43 million capital plan. And with that, Madam Chair and Mr. Warden, I think we can have a break.
Great, thank you. So very quickly, Council, like you back at 1 o'clock, if that's okay. Enjoy your lunch. We would then go into close to talk about an identifiable individual for a period of time. Roughly speaking, then we turn to the long-term plan and the asset management plan. Then we have the 4 slides from the CAO that has some suggestions. And then we do the department-by-department questions, similar to a council meeting. So with that, we'll see you again at 1 o'clock. Thank you. go. The light's on. Thank you. And if I could have, oh, I'm sorry, Tina. Okay, and if I could have a motion, please, to go into closed pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employee. So the member from Township of North Algona and a member from the Township of McNabb Braeside. You've heard the motion. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Thank you to council, staff, and our viewers for rejoining us. And with that, we did have a discussion in closed about some issues, which we will touch on obliquely later on. And with that, I turn it over to Mr. Foss for discussions about our long-term financial plan and our asset management plan.
Thank you, Warden. So back to your original budget package on page 113. That should be on the screen in front of you, and I'll begin there. During the development of the budget for staff, one of the early on items that I'm looking for to be submitted to my office is the 10-year capital plans from each of our departments. So on page 113, we have asset management plans that are a little bit broader in scope than we're required under that Ontario Reg 588-17. So we have plans not only for linear assets, roads, bridges, and culverts, but also for our entire fleet, as well as all of our buildings. And so what we'll have to do in order to be compliant in 2024 is expand this to be all of our assets, primarily equipment items that are coming from all of the various departments. So you're looking at what I receive. All I'm doing is coordinating it, summarizing it, and displaying it on a single page for you. But as you can see, over the next 10 years, including what was submitted in early October for the 2023 year, a $401 million capital plan for the County of Renfrew. Following page 113, this is the summary, this is the snapshot, and then there are individual pages that align with each one of those asset categories on the left-hand side. So just for example, the very top line says County Admin Building. That's the one that you're sitting in right here. And I'm just going to pick on next year, 2024. You'll see that there's an amount on the lead sheet that says $242,000. So if I was to go to the very next page, County Admin Building, you will see in 2024, there are two items that have been identified on the 10-year plan, $110,000 for roofing. That's roofing membrane that would be on our flat roofing sections of this building. And so a number of years ago would have been the last time that we would have done some roof work on the flat sections of the building. And so in the 10-year plan would be an amount that's been allotted to this particular project. At the bottom, under the site plan, you'll see that there are two items. The biggest one is the rehabilitation of the asphalt parking lots around the building, the main entrance, the public works area, that parking lot for $110,000. As well, there is crack filling and sealing taking place on the other side of the building. So that's just to give you a sense of how we connect the lead sheet to each one of the departmental areas, if you will. So every one of those categories on the left-hand side has a full 10-year plan that's provided to you in detail. Earlier in the day, I gave you a real summary snapshot of roads, bridges, and culverts, and then you'll see at the 10-year mark, $250 million on roads, $42 million on culverts, and $51 million on bridges. So just wanted to give you some sense of that because that drives the very final piece that I'm going to talk to you about earlier this afternoon, which is the long-term financial plan, and that begins on page 151. The long-term financial plan actually has its genesis in a meeting early in 2015, in April the 29th of 2015, that Council approved a long-term financial plan to be used as a guideline for future budget deliberations to strategically finance our asset management plan, and further that a long-term financial plan and scorecard be reviewed each year during the budget process. The next page then highlights the elements of the very first long-term financial plan, essentially the elements that you saw earlier in the day that were guiding our 2023 budget, except the original plan had a target levy of 3% per year, and then the restriction of that levy for operating costs to no greater than 2.5%. And early on, we were attempting to restrict operating costs to only 2%. Of course, the next page is our 2023 budget guidelines, where we have this levy target of 2.5%. Again, I'm just reviewing with you on page 155 sort of the history of the COLA targets that we had 3 years where we maintained this long-term funding target for our levy of 3%, and today's budget proposal was at 2.5%. So that $401 million that is submitted to my office in October, early October every year, that plan has the first year, which was 2023, which is the year that we're currently working on. And you'll see that it's $47,841. But this 10-year plan has to have a couple of things added to it. Number one, these costs that are submitted to my office are current costs. These are current benchmark or current replacement costs. So if we are trying to provide for a capital budget over a 10-year period, we have to inflate this somewhat to deal with inflation. And of course, inflation for the last number of years has been running significantly higher than the Bank of Canada's guideline 2% inflation target, but we built into our original plan an inflation guideline of 2%. So I'm taking that $400 million, and every year after 2023, I'm inflating it by 2%. The CAO, as well as committee, have had some impact on what are the items we really want to forward in 2023, and our plan, as I mentioned, does not include equipment items, so that has to be added to the plan. If I do that, on the very next page, it's getting pretty tiny. You might have to zoom in on your screen. But the very first year, I've circled in red, we have a capital plan of $43,337,000. That's the 2023 budget that was presented to you at committees and earlier in the day. Year number one is $43 million. I am then taking the rest of the 10-year plan, inflating it by 2% per year, and at the end of 10 years, instead of $401 million, our adjusted and provided for inflation plan as well as equipment items, $441 million. So that's the task that is before us, is to attempt to come up with some financing to be able to cover $441 million in capital. Right below that red circle are our sources of financing. And we know that we have a federal gas tax program that is committed until 2023. So that's the final year of a 5-year announcement on gas, federal gas tax. So what we have done is we have frozen the gas tax level beyond 23 at the same $2,914,000 a year, or $29 million over a 10-year period. So that's what we're expecting to receive from the federal government in the form of gas tax. In addition to that, we have provincial subsidies, and that primarily is coming from OCIF. And in 2022, we did get some acknowledgement from the ministry that OCIF would continue at its current level, plus or minus a few percentage points based on their calculation, up until 2026. So in our 10-year plan, we are expecting or estimating OCIF money to come till at least 2026, and then our principles of our long-term plan fall back to $500,000, at least $500,000 a year from some provincial government department over the remainder of our 10-year plan for capital infrastructure needs. On top of that, we cost share with the City of Pembroke our capital needs for our housing portfolio, and that's based on population, and so they're supporting us with 10% of that total capital cost through the City of Pembroke. So I can count on $751,000 coming from the City of Pembroke, their 10% share of our capital needs into the future. At the bottom line, you'll see debt. We have a number of projects, primarily roads projects, that have a number of segments to them. But when we look at the project in total, we have a number that exceed the $3 million threshold. And so we have $31,262,000 potentially coming from debt. The rest of it has to come from reserves. So we will require, to balance this budget, we'll require $363 million to come from reserves over the next 10 years. The next page shows us how much we're going to be able to generate and transfer into reserves over the next 10 years if we stick with the financing plan that was developed in 2015. So the red circles at the top, you'll see in 2023, that is our current levy estimate, assuming that we use the 2.5% guideline that council gave to staff. We should have a levy in 2023 of $52,893,000. From there, I'm increasing every year CVA growth by our estimate of 1.5%, and I'm increasing the target levy by 3%. And if I do that, this financing model will allow us to generate $256 million and push that money into reserves to finance our 10-year capital plan. The difficulty is, and that is the next page, just one more, Daniel. The difficulty is that I need $363 million to finance my 10-year capital plan, and I can only generate $256 million. So to the right-hand side of this sheet, again, tiny numbers, but if you zoom in on your screen, you'll see that I'm pushing into reserves $256 million, but I need to take out $363 to balance the capital plan. What that means for us is that by 2026, we will not have sufficient funding to cover our capital plan. We will totally deplete our reserves, and actually this chart just shows that from 26 to 2032, we will be $59,920,000 in the negative if we were to follow this particular plan. As the earlier resolution indicated, this is our scorecard, if you will, indicating the target on the left-hand side column of our original long-term financial plan. On the right-hand side, you'll see all of the elements of the plan. For example, weighted growth does exceed the target of 148, so it's green. We're at 2.16%. That's great. We didn't meet the levy target of 3%. We're at 2.5%. We're earning more dollars on our interest on our reserves than we ever planned to do with our current return on investment. But inflation's running at 6%. It's not running at 2%. And that's overall general inflation. A little bit later on, you're going to hear about inflation on our capital program. But certainly general inflation is running far in excess of the 2% target. And you can see at the bottom of the page, we have a $59 million funding gap. So we have a bunch of options that we can consider, and we don't have to consider those necessarily today or in this budget cycle, but in order for us to fully finance our 10-year capital plans, we've got a number of things that we can do. We can increase the levy above that 3% target. We can reduce our service levels, which is really reducing the capital plan and not try and do so much in order to try and afford it. Or we can certainly finance our capital plan with more debt. So not only the $3 million projects, but every time that we're short, we can take the shortfall and debt finance the shortfall, or we can do a combination of these things. So option number one, just to give you a sense on increasing the levy, at the very top of this chart in red printing, in order for us to make this plan work strictly through the levy, we would have to have 3 consecutive years of increasing the levy by 6%, but restricting our operating expenses to only 2.5% and plowing the rest of the money into our capital reserves. And then we'd be followed by 2 years of levy increases of 5%, 1 year in 2028 at 4%, and then the final 4 years, we can go back to the 3% levy target. What that will do is it will allow us to put $336 million into our reserves over the next 10-year period, and still taking $363 million out of reserves, we'll have just enough every year to be able to fully finance our capital plan. The lowest year is 2029, which would be $888,000 worth of capital reserves remaining. The next page, option number 2, would be reduce our capital plan. Of course, we're $59 million short, so I'm looking at roads, bridges, and culverts, which have estimated PCIs currently estimated for 2032. And if I assume that there's a linear relationship, in other words, the less money that I spend on my linear assets, I'm going to have an equally offset reduction in my service level. So a $59 million reduction in our capital plan should generate estimated PCI ratings and BCI ratings in the far column. They are below our current service level standard. So what that means is we're no longer in compliance with Ontario Regulation 588.17. We would have to adopt, by council resolution, lower service level standards for linear assets. So instead of driving on a road that's on an average 70 PCI, you're driving on a road that's a 59 PCI. We're going to have to assume that we'll have more bumps and cracks and potholes and edging that's crumbling on the sides. We would have to accept that as being our new standard on a go-forward basis. And then finally, this is really small printing, but essentially what it's saying is that we'd have to debt finance the shortfall every year. That's $60 million that we're short. The first year, 2026, we're $9 million short, so we have to go out and finance that. And if I could have 5% with Infrastructure Ontario, if I could debt finance at 5% over 10 years, we would have paid $17.6 million in interest on that $60 million that we borrowed over the 10-year period. So it certainly would help us to support the plan, but it's really just moving those costs into a future point in time, because not only will you have to pay the $60 million, but you're going to have to pay interest on the $60 million to almost a total of almost $18 million. Early in the day, we talked about growth, and there was a question from one of our councillors about growth. These 10-year plans don't include growth. In November 2021, staff were directed to engage with a consulting service for the purpose of considering a plan for development charges. Staff were directed to estimate the cost of growth on our linear assets throughout the county. We estimated that to be about $43 million. Again, that's in 2021 benchmark costs. In April of 2022, at a special session of County Council, we were asked to reach out to Watson and Associates and engage for the purpose of conducting a development charges study. And in June of 2022, that resolution was adopted, and that development charges study will come back to Council in May or June of this year. Roughly a 10-month timeline from the time they begin until the time they are ready to present to Council. Very quick summary of some of those last slides on our 10-year capital plan. Certainly, as I mentioned, those decisions don't all have to happen at this point in time, but we'll have to begin working on or working towards what do we want to do for the longer period of time for our infrastructure renewal. How do we want to finance it? Do we want our infrastructure renewal or capital plan to be at that level, or do we want to reduce it somewhat? All of those options are before us. And Madam Chair, I think that's the end of my section of this. I believe the CAO then has some comments as well.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, and I'll just ask Daniel to stop sharing. Stop sharing, Daniel. Thank you. Just bear with me.
So just very quickly, Mr. Foss, I had the impression you were hedging towards, cautiously of course, that any in-depth conversations about the long-term plan is a standalone meeting and should also include the results from Watson on the development charges. Is that a fair assessment?
Thank you, Warden, and that certainly would be one of the considerations that we need to make as a council about whether we want to adopt development charges, but development charges are specifically for growth. And those of you who are familiar with and have development charges in your own municipality understand the mechanics of that, but that's only to support future growth. On top of that, we have a challenge with our existing infrastructure and our existing assets. And as I mentioned, that doesn't necessarily have to be decided upon today because we are presenting to you a budget, a capital budget, which we have fully financed for 2023 through a combination of debt, through federal and provincial subsidies or grants, as well as our current reserve capabilities. But in the not too distant future, we'll have to make some hard decisions about what do we want for the future and how do we want to finance it. As I mentioned, there are a number of options that are before us, or a combination of these options, but those decisions will have to be made by this council, perhaps discussions beginning in 2023.
Thank you. And Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, Chair. And to that last point, I quickly suggested it during the strategic plan overview. I believe Councillor Donahue needed some clarification when we brought it to FNA that part of this fall's work plan would be to review and validate, I guess, if you will, the asset management plan and long-term financial plan, just to ensure that we're on the right track. But again, thank you so far to Mr. Foss and Mr. Burke for all your work this morning and this afternoon. So from last week's meetings and from some of the conversation we had so far today, and including some of those that were held and closed, we read the tea leaves. We heard your comments and concerns, and I sat with my colleagues and then had a discussion with finance folks yesterday, and I'm submitting these recommendations to you with the hope of pushing some of these conversations forward. Of course, last year we had significant impacts that have been referenced several times. Mid-year last year, I referenced it during the committee last week, we had an unfunded increase because of the Gallagher report, the staffing review that was done. There was a union contract that was negotiated, and a few other little things that occurred. Well, the addition of a planner position, as Mr. Davis recommended. So we had an impact on our levy last year of greater than 1.5%, at about 1.64, give or take. And I know it's not easy math to sort out, but there was an impact. So right off the top, we were dealing with those impacts, which led us to a very difficult slide, a series of slides that you saw some reductions. And throughout the last week, the last couple of weeks, we haven't even talked about how we're going to fund these enhancements. So in the light of a better day and trying to bring you a suggestion or some recommendations from your senior leadership team, who I hope you trust will find some great suggestions moving forward, we've taken a look at how we could make this work, delivering the services that I think the people of Renfrew County know and trust, and still make it an effective and efficient government for you moving forward. So I am suggesting reversing some of the proposed reductions that you've looked at. You'll notice right off the top is a county levy target. I'm suggesting that members of council cuts get reversed because we know that you prefer to meet in person. That's the reality of those cuts was I will say not a reality. Part of advocacy, part of getting together, part of those things requires that you get here and talk and meet. The min staff reduction that we've talked about to create a public-facing in-person people, reception, is being reversed because we understand we are a public-facing company, and the duties that these reductions would have meant to the corporation were not successful. There was a reversal of a fire radio removal. There was a suggestion, of removing the fire radio, pushing it down to lower tiers. In the interest of shared services, we don't think this will really be beneficial to the lower tiers. For this year alone, we will continue to fund the fire radio system and review this in the light of the one window approach that EORN is looking at the provinces and seeing how we can roll out a better system in 2024. In terms of development of property, is looking at moving forward with some of the plans. However, knowing our staffing vacancies, is reviewing some of the vacancies and looking at what I'm deeming a third-party contract service or a fee-for-service to either a lower tier municipality or a consultant to assist us where we have backlogs. Reversal of any reductions at Renfrew County Housing Corporation to ensure that we keep the levels of service there at all of our offices. Reversal of a 12-hour service reduction in the paramedic service. And I'll note that I would consider that the long-term care homes moving forward develop a strategy for fundraising. So how do we fund the enhancements, or what enhancements can we look at, and how does that work? Well, we've reduced the third-party video. We have now cross-training staff internally, but we still will require a third party. So we reduced those enhancements in about half to allow us the opportunity to bring in a third party when still needed. You heard about $150,000 needed for the strategic plan to roll that out. We have strategic partnerships with our Ontario Health teams and other partners that we can alleviate some of those pressures. But I'm suggesting there is unused dollars in the provision for unallocated funds, that we use those to fund the remaining projects that will be coming to you throughout the strategic planning rollout over the next year. In IT, there was a position that was being offered up. We're suggesting rolling that out in third quarter, alleviating the pressure for this year. Yes, acknowledge it will create some pressure in 2024, but we believe there will be some room to move because of the I'll call it the reset in 2023 for that Gallagher impact that has been created to us this year. In Public Works, the rollout that Mr. Perkins was suggesting in operations and in engineering, that we roll these out in Q3 and in Q4 respectively, allowing for some savings in the immediate future, but still managing to roll this out in a phased fashion to ensure we're doing it right and getting it right, and actually hitting the seasons correctly in Mr. Perkins' department. In emergency management, in paramedic service, is we've discussed a lot of service level reductions and improvements. I've asked the chief and his deputy chiefs to consider a human services and facilities master plan study for paramedic service. We have talked about and talked around paramedic bases, where they go, which ones we should enhance or otherwise. Chief Nolan is developing a plan. The Warden's Caucus is currently updating a paramedic study based on real data, and we're suggesting rolling that out before we add too much to the service, but we are suggesting, again, as the previous slide suggested, restoring that 12-hour shift as we move forward. There is a note beside that should you wish for expansion in 2023 beyond what the service already provides, Chief Nolan is suggesting in Q3 or Q4. It takes a long time to get a service up and running. We have to get permission, agreement with the province, because they are our funding partners, is that a Q3 or Q4 rollout of a 12-hour service enhancement would run us about $325,000 and would add about 0.64 to the levy. That's the number associated with that. The part-time staff versus contract prosecutors are rolling out. It's a small amount. And of course, the restructuring for DMP is only $465. So the enhancements, you'll see the total enhancements is, without the paramedic in there, is about $250. And how do we do that? Well, the option is that the revised county levy would move from your directed 2.5% to, which is now, if you add that additional paramedic service, would be greater than 4.34. With the 6.7, you're looking at about 5% levy increase over 2022. with the weighted growth of 2.16, the overall would be roughly 7%, I guess, with the CVA growth in there if you add that 0.64%. So, Chair, Warden, those are recommendations on how we move forward based on what we've heard today and over the last week or so. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may, these are excellent suggestions. Could I just get a sense of what it would cost to put back in some of the things in our long-term care homes, i.e. the window cleaners and just on a percentage basis, special events? And I believe my colleague from Greater Madawaska also has a question.
Chair, if I could, and the finance folks are busy trying to do what they do. You will see Mr. Blackmore over the course of the next month or two bringing business plans on other items that will be helping assist us in other costs, that I think those costs are, I'll say, fairly minimal to the overall budget we could likely absorb in other areas.
Councillor Greater Madawaska, please.
Yes, just in regards to Bonachere and the homes, you'd mentioned that there's a $40 charge per month for internet. That concerns me in that with the new mandate that people can be moved across the province, a lot of times the internet's the only way they can communicate with their families. So I was just wondering, what would our break even be if we even looked at it that way? Instead of charging the $40 a month, what would our break even be for that type of service?
So, Mr. Blackmore, please. I'm on the floor down here, so I can't see.
The order to council. This issue came up it's as much a matter of bandwidth as it is cost, in that our current bandwidth, the way we're set up in the buildings, we're running into our own issues for staff to be able to communicate, Zoom meetings and what have you. So it was thought that it's in its infancy right now. I think we would still have a base level of internet provision for residents, but the ability to stream, because that's what's going on now, is we've got 180 residents, 166 residents now all watching Netflix and things like this, and it's really clogging up our ability to utilize the bandwidth. So the thought, and again, this is very much in its infancy, is to have a designated bandwidth for resident use, a high speed that we could charge for versus I think we'd still maintain a guest wireless account, but with limited reliability, streaming ability. And certainly for those residents where communicating is an issue and you want to do some FaceTime, things like that, that's a program we have right now that's built in through our client programs department. So that ability would be there. Mind you, you may be a little more limited in that you're reliant upon the use of our iPad, as it were, if it's available to use for that purpose, versus sitting in your room and having your Netflix running while you're at dinner type thing.
Okay, thank you. So with that, what I'd like to do is kind of get some structure here, like we'd promised. So with the idea that we'd go back to DMP, which is page 40 to 48 in your package, if there are any questions for Mr. Burke and or Mr. Davis.
You want a break? Yeah.
Okay, well maybe if that's okay, what we'll do then is I see somebody tapping their watch, so.
Glenn's got his hand up.
Oh, and Councillor Doncaster, you haven't said anything all day. What can I do for you?
Thank you very much, Warden and Chair. I'm wondering just if we're going to go to the DMP, I'm wondering if there was any evaluation done on the SDIP program and a reevaluation of the repayment schedule, creating a longer schedule. I understand that once the project's paid, then we'll realize the enhanced the savings, the enhanced revenue. But has there been any evaluation on changing that repayment schedule?
Okay.
Okay.
What I understand is that we are simply meeting our obligations to repay what we borrowed internally until 2028.
Jeff's like a ventriloquist.
I think he's frozen. Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll take a break and we'll come back at 2:45. Thank you. Okay, and we'd like to, if possible, extend past 4 o'clock and try to get a little closer to 5. Is there any compelling reason that we're not able to do that if we still maintain our energy levels? Okay, we'll try and hard stop it even before 5.
Maybe 4:30.
Sure, why don't we'll aim for 4:30 and get everybody out the door as fast as we can, if that's okay? Great, thank you. So with that, we'll get back to the idea of questions for the DMP portion of the budget, which started on page 41 and went to page 48. So are there any questions for Mr. Burke and Mr. Davis? Councillor of Whitewater Region.
I've lost track of my notes, Warden, but the question I had was with respect to the $8 million being repaid as a first charge in any surplus. Just wanted to get some more information on that and see where we are with the overall for the trails.
Thank you, and through you. So for clarity, it is, I don't believe it's $8 million. It's a $4 million charge. So previous county councils approved $2 million one year, then $2 million a subsequent year to go towards the build or the final build of the Algonquin Trail.
Councillor?
And is it completely repaid now? Like
If I may, last year, 2021 being the first year we did this, there was no surplus to repay. So I believe in 2021 we spent about $800,000. No repayment has begun.
So there's still $4 million of a commitment there.
Yes, so, and any surplus that we do have from 2022 would be first diverted to repaying that, plus the 2022 plan, and then we could look at the 2023 plan, which involves another $2 million spend under the same principle.
Understood. Okay. Good, thank you.
Councillor Atmoston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I may actually be able to incorporate both the comments that Councillor Doncaster had made just before we broke and addressing Councillor Nicholson as well. So, sir, I don't know if there's a standing policy. Mr. Foss had spoken to several instances, I think perhaps the redevelopment of Bonisher Manor, perhaps, or Miramichi Lodge, I can't recall which, that the county essentially borrowed from itself. And then with a view towards repaying those reserve amounts that were utilized for those borrowings. Now, there may be amortization rationale in terms of monies received that are driving that, but in speaking first to what Councillor Doncaster has suggested, there seems to be some innovative approaches to budgeting. So is there a reason that we cannot simply, council cannot decide that, in fact, we're going to default on the loan to ourselves? Because we hold the note. We're both the lender and the borrower in this instance. So if we make the decision to simply have allocated that out of money spent, which were drawn out of reserves, presumably working capital, I'm not sure which, but if we simply say, no, we're not repaying it anymore, so we've defaulted on that, and we've then now retroactively utilized reserves instead of borrowed from reserves, but then it's freeing up $466,000 a year on an ongoing basis. We have substantially increased, as I have said repeatedly in this room, we do not yet have the year-end report on the balances, and it's suggested here that at the end of 2022, we had about $49 million. Though do keep in mind that I don't know if there was any monies remaining in the obligatory reserve funds, that is the deferred, what now have to be through PSAB identified as deferred revenue, the Canada Community Building Fund or federal gas tax being chief among them. That doesn't show up in our capital reserves, though we utilize it, I think, exclusively for capital. It's held in a separate account. So I know at the end of 2021, there was in excess of, there was about $4.5 million sitting in the obligatory reserve. That was both safe restart monies that Mr. Foss was identifying as the one-time monies that we received towards COVID. But in addition to that, there was, I think, about half of that federal gas tax, or about 2.5 million. So that was on top of those reserves. But I'm thinking that we were in a sufficient position that we could simply say, well, we're done paying ourselves. We're not going to pay that damn landlord anymore, and we're going to move away from that and consider that closed. The second thing that I wanted to address was Mr. Nicholson's comments. So I just wanted to make Council aware of a very innovative approach to budgeting that I had been moving with regularity since about 2016 or 2017 of reducing our annual budget target. And one of the reasons was we were experiencing substantial surplus. It was not my intention at that point that the person who used to sit in my chair, the chair I occupy now, your predecessor, Councillor Service, that would be very innovative in not deficit financing something, but budgeting something to come out of a surplus that was not in the budget. We are recognizing that there are routinely surpluses. We have had surpluses, and there are two approaches to this. First, there's PSAB and municipal. But even within the municipal, it is segmented. Some of them are specific to departments. The general is the broader one. But we have had, as Mr. Burke has identified, coming out of 2021, we were in a deficit position, almost $500,000. However, in 2020, we had over $2 million in a surplus. In 2019, it was $3 million. So there are routinely surpluses being generated that I think that in returning now to the SDIP, the service delivery improvement, I think that it is moving forward. I think that it is an avenue to be addressing some of these costs is simply to consider that repaid and utilizing those monies to offset some of these costs.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on the DMP portion of the budget presentation? I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor Doncaster, Councillor from Deep River.
Thank you, Mr. Warden and Chair. So I just wanted to, and apologize, I'm going to turn my video off because I think my audio will be better when I do that. So, but I am still here. So I wondered if there's an opportunity on any of the departments where we have leases, if there's an opportunity to increase those leases in any areas where we have funding partners, recognizing the fact that there would be a 1-year delay in any increased revenues in that, but we could still budget for those increased revenues that we knew that were going to come. So probably excluding the RCDHU and the OPP, but any other leases that we have that have cost sharing funding models, do we have an opportunity to increase that lease revenue?
Thank you. Mr. Foss, I would assume?
Thank you, Warden. I think the question from our councillor on the computer, Mr. Councillor Doncaster, is around trying to maximize some different revenue through our leases. So we being the landlord and those that we have who are tenants of ours. Or for our external agencies, primarily our leases are at Renfrew County Place. And our biggest challenge that we heard earlier today is that we already have notices by 3 of those tenants where they are vacating Renfrew County Place. And the impact just in 2023 is $63,000. So in order for us to not have that pressure at Renfrew County Place, we have to fill those vacancies and try and stop that revenue loss of $63,000. So my colleague behind me, Mr. Davis, will be working very hard at attempting to find new tenants to fill that space for $63,000. The other option that we have is, I think Councillor Doncaster is getting at, our cost sharing programs, for example, childcare. Childcare is paying to the property department a lease to be in this building. The only reason they're doing that is because they are cost shared. Their administration costs are cost shared with the province of Ontario and partly with the city of Pembroke, another one of our funding partners. We have inflated for 2023 all of our lease revenue for our internal departments, let's call it that, by 3%. So that's already built into our base budget. We've already accounted for that escalation for all of our internal lease clients, if you will. And so, you know, we certainly could consider for some of those that don't have longer term agreements with us, we could consider increasing that, an escalation of 4 or 5, but I don't think that's going to be a significant revenue source. I could have a look at it on one of my worksheets, but I don't think that's a big revenue source for us. By far and away, the biggest exposure we have related to leases is Renfrew County Place and the loss of those 3 tenants.
Thank you, member. Oh, sorry, supplemental, Deep River?
Yes, thank you, Warden. So specifically, let's take the example of paramedics. So we have a lease with paramedics for a number of different locations. That's a cost-sharing model with the province at close to 50%, recognizing that we wouldn't see anything for a year, but we would still be able to count on that revenue and potentially offset some of the budget pressures that we have today. So that's an example. Renfrew County Housing Corporation, paramedics, there may be others.
Mr. Foss, any?
Thank you, Warden. For example, our paramedic division here in this building, we built in a 3% escalation clause. You know, that's only about $3,000. Increases at Renfrew County Place for paramedics are worth $2,000. That's what a 3% escalation is earning for us. So back to my comment that you know, we could double that amount, that increase in the lease for our internal services. We're not significantly generating a lot of additional revenue for these internal lease costs. The other thing that we're prohibited is we're capped with the amount of money that all these programs have. So for example, in Ontario Works, there is a finite administration allotment, funding allotment that we're getting from the province of Ontario. We have fully utilized all of that in Ontario Works, and in order to meet our 2.5% target, we've actually had to make some cost reductions. So there is no more provincial subsidy that we can tap into. A lot of those funding programs are capped via a letter with our maximum admin allowances for many of these cost-shared programs. There simply isn't any more. We're attempting to match our lease costs as part of the overall admin costs and stay within the admin funding envelope from the province of Ontario. So I don't see that as particularly much room there.
Thank you. Councillor from McNabb side, and then from North Algonquin Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair. So with respect to the planning fee increases that we've heard about, I haven't seen any adjustments. Is the intention to include that in the budget? And second question is about the planner, for the additional planner, or putting it back in. It sounds like we'll be lucky to, for the purposes of 2023 budget, to have that for half a year. Is this being taken into consideration in the adjustments that are going to come, or I'm not sure how the process works?
Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you, Warden. So there's a number of pieces that we are juggling. One is we've had to remove that in order to have the planning department come in at the 2.5% target. However, our CAO in his presentation of options for council to consider, has added back in a $25,000 fee for service or contracted service for us to be able to purchase those additional planning capacities or abilities, either from, as somebody mentioned, from a lower tier municipality that may have excess capacity, or for us to go to another third party to purchase that planning support in 2023, and he's proposing an allotment of $25,000. So not a hire, if you will, of another staff member, but at least looking to have some money in the budget, to have some flexibility to go out and buy that service whenever the pressure is there for us to be able to move some of these files through the system.
Okay.
Thank you. Supplemental?
Yeah, and just to confirm, the increase in planning fees, has that been included in the adjustments?
Mr. Davis or Mr. Voss? Mr. Davis.
If I may, Chair, and thank you. So one portion of that is, so if you look at the planning schedule in the budget, you'll see an increase of $10,000, and that's to do with the business case of the senior planner. So we're looking at increasing the fees. Secondly is we will bring back to committee and county council an overview of all the planning fees to see where we can do and find increased revenues, again, at a later date. Thank you.
And member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden. And I'm just curious, the $63,000 rent that we're no longer receiving from Renfrew County Place, I know that the one tenant that their lease doesn't end until the end of June 2023. Are the other tenants on the same schedule, or has their lease expired as of January 1, 2023?
Mr. Davis or Mr. Voss?
Somebody, anybody.
So to Renfrew County Place, my notes are that we have a health unit with a June 2023 move out. We have a child care provider with an August move out date. We have CFDC with, actually they're going month to month, but their plan is to move out in March of 2023. Those are the three leases which have expired, and we've been provided notice of their intention to move out. So again, in order to support Renfrew County Place to the tune of staying within their 2.5% target, we would need to find $63,500 in new tenant revenues in 2023 to recover from those losses.
Supplemental, and then Township of Whitewater.
So it's not quite as critical as trying to replace that revenue tomorrow. We do have a little bit of time. We have 2 tenants, one in July and one in August. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Township of Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to, in the planning section here, highlight my support for the business case. I don't see a title on it, but the new position that includes the GIS and the support to planning division. The second is just a question, and just for my understanding, the long-term care homes, we don't lease back to those. And I just want to be clear, based on what you've said about other situations, it's because there's nothing to gain. There's no provincial administration funding that we can gain back by leasing the long-term care homes back to the long-term care facilities. Is that?
Thank you. Through you, Warden. So both of our long-term care homes were built with a combination of funds, but the province of Ontario, for example, in Miramichi Lodge, funded us at $10.35 per bed per day over a 20-year period. We renovated Miramichi Lodge, rebuilt Miramichi Lodge in 2005, so the 20-year period wasn't necessarily helpful for us. So what we did is we went out and found some capital market financing, which gave us about $7.5 million present value, And we've signed an agreement with that capital market that over 20 years, we are going to dedicate that revenue, that $10.35 per bed per day for 20 years, and we dedicate that to flowing them the funds in exchange for the money we needed in '05 to build the building. We also, in '04, I guess we moved in '05. In '04, we also went out and found 10-year debt for $11 million for that facility. We put in about $7 million of reserve. We also had a partner, the city of Pembroke, who was responsible for their 30% share of the capital funding of that building. So there's not a rental agreement or a lease agreement. The province and the city, our partners, have already fronted the money to build the building in 2004. Likewise, Bonnechere Manor, same type of arrangement in 1998, I believe, was when we rebuilt Bonnechere Manor.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Abbotston Bromley.
This will be refreshing, Mr. Chair. This is an old-fashioned question. On the capital budget for the OPP building, it's a relatively small sum. There's $30,000 allocated towards the parking lot rehabilitation. It seems pretty early. I think that the occupancy there was 2017. I'm wondering, are we seeing premature wear down there?
Through you, Warden, so yes, we have. So since that build and the construction a number of years ago, unexpectedly, the heaving, because of the Leda clay, the type of soil that's there on the site, is making the parking lot needing fixing. So it's unfortunate, but yes, before the timeline.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Davis. So presumably at the root cause of the premature wear is the intention that will be corrected this year as well, that we will expect a more typical life cycle?
Yes, that is indeed the case. We did the same thing here at this building a number of years ago, where we did have some slumping of the pavement, and we did the remediation, and it's held up quite well. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on DMP? Perhaps the business cases on page 101 and 105, if that's of interest to you. Okay.
Rose has sent out the document that Craig put up on the screen, so you should all have it in your email now.
So with that, we'll move to Public Works, which is page 49 to 53, if you have any questions. Councillor Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Whitewater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was remiss, I think I made that comment in the closed session, but it should be said in open session. Enormous gratitude to staff. This was an enormously challenging, certainly since I've been in the room in 2015. This is now my 9th budget. This one has presented the most challenges, as you have, and the chair has, at the outset of the meeting, commended staff in that incredible constraint that put this together. So any of these comments are certainly predicated or seen through that lens, that I know that there's an enormous amount of work. Just one consideration within the Public Works, you'll note on the maintenance, it's on page 52 of your packages. And I'm dialing right in on winter control, and I do note that this is proposing a reduction from 2022. And I'm presuming that is somewhat based on our experiences in 2022, though we may not have the final version. But I just wanted to put in front of Council for consideration once again in trying to address the challenges, and certainly being sensitive to the comfort level of staff. But I'll note that even the continuation of the winter control at 2.29, there does continue to be $250,000 in a reserve that was only established, I think, about 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. So between the budgeted and the reserve, we actually have the same amount of money as the most that we've ever spent in winter control. That is $2.5 million, and I can't recall which year we spent $2.5 million. I'm going to venture to say it was something like 2019, thereabouts. So with that winter control reserve of $250,000, with the experience presumably out of 2022 that we have seen, I know in my municipality we have seen substantial diminishment in 2022 of our WC expenditures. that might be consideration of finding some further savings within the winter control. Just putting that in front of council for consideration. As I said, between what we're budgeting and what's in the WC reserve, it's the highest amount of money that we've ever spent on winter control.
Okay, no comments. Thank you. Councillor Whitewater Region.
I just wanted to voice my support for the civil design business case that's been proposed, and I'd love the situation. I know it was mentioned, but for lower tier to buy into that, if there was access capacity, I think there'd be a huge amount of appetite for us to all want to save and gain in that efficiency. So I think that's a great initiative. The other one, comment, I put a note down here about $4.5 million, this temporary loan that's listed for roads revenue. Is that a debenture? Can you just clarify again? I can't read my notes, please.
Thank you, through you, Warden. Thank you very much, Councillor, for the question. I'm just going to go or direct you, if you're using the bookmarks on the left-hand side of your page, to the capital page, but I can give you a page reference. That page reference is 93. So we are in the Public Works Department or the Operations Committee. You'll see in the description section in yellow, Foymount Road. So Foymount Road has been a challenge for this council for a number of years, a number of delays, a number of hurdles to try and move this project forward. It looks like the way is clear for 2023, but the totality of this project in Foymount Road is $4.49 million. So that qualifies under our long-term financial plan to seek debt financing for this particular project. As I mentioned in the long-term financial plan, there's a number of years ahead of us where we have projects that will exceed the $3 million. So automatically we would consider debt financing. It's up to council to decide if they wish to do that or wish to finance from reserves or some other combination. But we are proposing that that project exceeding the $3 million is debt financed. Historically, we have gone to Infrastructure Ontario for that financing. Very, very flexible financing arrangements. They will actually give you a construction loan and allow us to draw the funds as we spend them on the project as needed, and then convert that short-term construction financing to a 10-year debenture, which is typically our term. And the rates have been really preferential rates. Of course, we haven't gone to that market recently, but that is the proposal in front of you. It's Foymount Road at $4.4 million.
And I just want to weigh in here. If you note on that page, that portion of Foymount Road, the PCI is 5, not 55, 5. So it's time.
Supplementary, Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. And just the only other question I had for Public Works, more related to the CAO's presentation, and I can't remember what I saw, but did it include the Armprior Daniel Street pressure?
Through you, Chair and Warden, no, it did not. So that is a capital pressure that the resolution is stated today for consideration, whether that is a priority project that would ultimately push or bump another capital project in the queue. However, all of our capital projects are funded from our capital reserve, so it would mean swapping a project or another. However, that would be adding a project not even considered in our long-term capital plan into that capital plan. So no, it's not in the presentation. My presentation was more about how to handle the levy pressures that were basically operational. That's a capital pressure. That there's no direct capital pressure or no direct levy pressure on the capital program.
Supplementary.
Yeah. So just to be clear, then it's an unfunded pressure with no funding solution at this point in time. Excellent. Thank you.
Sure. Town of Empire, please.
Thank you, Chair. So how does this get onto the table then? This was a presentation that wasn't part of the business plan, however, was presented by Public Works Director for Arnprior. This intersection is paramount to us in Arnprior for safety, and I don't want to see it dropped off the table at this budget meeting. So I'm not too sure where it goes, CAO, but not to be lost. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly will give us a dissertation on funding envelopes.
I will try not to do a dissertation. Simply put, Mr. Perkins has the screen ready to go. Ultimately today, what we'd like to hear from you is a resolution that would speak to council prioritizing Daniel Street, placing it into the capital plan, and deferring another project or two to fund this project. So we need to hear a motion to that effect. Mr. Perkins, if he has some latitude, is to describe very briefly the project again, because he's described it already, I think, once today, and perhaps discuss a couple of deferred projects that are open for your approval for deferral in 2023.
So what I would be open to hearing a motion to have a report from Mr. Perkins on the Daniel Street solution. Mover, Councillor from Horton. Second, Councillor McNabb-Brayside. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Chair, and through you to County Council. As you see on the screen, this is the actual intersection we're discussing. So if you're familiar with driving down Daniel Street, this is there's a hotel there in the Curling Club entrance. So what's occurred now is these intersections are offset. So right now, for you to turn right where that garage is to, it's right in and right out only. And there's an actual concrete median put there. So of course what happens is people that are coming out and need to go left, they're actually working their way through a subdivision. But anyways, sorry? I'm just trying to get your mouse to that. Oh, sorry, no, Daniel's in control. Yeah, so for ease of, so Daniel Street, County Road 2, the intersection on the left-hand side is Edie Street, and the one on the right-hand side in the bottom right of your corner is Galvin Street. So what we're proposing is that the town of Arnprior has gone forward and done engineering costs on this to the tune of $1.384 million to realign this intersection and make it a proper, please, scroll down, sorry. So to make it a proper intersection in terms of safety and for not only pedestrians but also people. And the county's cost using the draft cost share program, because as you know, we have no way to fund growth. The actual county's contribution to this would be $684,356,000. So unfortunately, as the CAO has shown, we don't have this in our capital program. We don't have it in anywhere for money, but we can potentially, to make up the $7,000 on Daniel Edie Street, we would have to remove $570,000 for C204, which is the Bellows Creek culvert construction. That was planned to be done this year. We'd have to remove that. We'd also have to remove $130,000 for B104, which is the Combermere Bridge. Now that's only design. That's what we had budgeted to spend on design this year. So we would just push that into 2024. And that's the overview. Any questions? Sorry.
Councillor Township and Brayside.
So this is my thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my first budget, and we have a list of growth projects as well, and it seems like it'll be a yearly occurrence unless we start defining growth more specifically and the needs of growth. I'm wondering if we're going to be in a pattern of growth in each subsequent year, supplanting something that really needs to be done to maintain existing roads. These seems like two different reserves and two different budgets that are constantly meeting and will, as the county grows. So I'm in favor of finding a place for the intersection in Arnprior. I don't know what the consequences of moving that particular project are, because I haven't heard. And I know that's a specific topic, but I'm just wondering, moving forward, can we separate out growth capital projects from maintaining our existing structure, and it'll make these decisions a lot easier in the future?
Thank you, and I'll call on Mr. Perkins in a minute. What I would suggest to you is this is unusual for us to do it this way, and it's a victim of the election cycle, and also the extended conversation about development charges that I think this project sort of precipitated. There was a couple of projects, but this one sort of precipitated the conversation on development charges. So it lagged its way through our last council as we were trying to get a handle on what that meant, and then subsequently went out to a contractor or an RFP to get some information and a study. And in the interim, then the election came along, and this project got caught up in that cycle where nobody wanted to make any decisions, or couldn't make any decisions, or committees weren't really making in-depth decisions in June, July, and August. So then it came back to this iteration of County Council in January with a presentation, or February, sorry, with a presentation. So it was just an unfortunate series of events that don't happen on a regular basis. So I'll pass it on to Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Warden and Chair. Through you to Councillor McKenzie. Actually, hopefully, when you do approve this budget, there is a transportation master plan that's being provided in this budget. So hopefully, if that gets approved, the items that you're discussing will hopefully be identified inside of our road network system. We've also had a number of lower tier municipalities that have joined on to that as well. So it'll have how your roads interact with our roads as well. So a situation like this should be foreseen, hopefully.
And with that, I'll go to Councillor Township of Greater Madawaska and then Township of Horton.
Thank you, through you, Chair and Warden, to Mr. Perkins. Just so I can get an understanding at this intersection is on Daniel. There's the Knights in there. There's another hotel, and then the one 2-lane or the big street comes in. And what are the issues that have taken place at this intersection? Because there is crosswalks there. There are lights there. I'm just wondering what has prioritized this so high? What incidents have taken place there that we need to change it so drastically?
Mr. Perkins?
Thank you, Warden and Chair, and through you to the councillor from Greater Madawaska. There's been a development on the former site of the fairgrounds, so now traffic is quite increased in that area. Also, anecdotally, and we've had reports of vehicles not being on the right side of the divider. Also, I do have an email from a lady who they have a child that's has issues, so they don't actually get across the road fast enough. So because of the way the skew is. So hopefully that's going to look after all of this.
Thank you.
And Township of Horton, then Whitewater, and then Town of Arnprior.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, Chair. My question is going to be directed towards Lee specifically. I understand that Daniel Street is in the works, and I thought it was in this year's budget to repave Daniel Street. Is there, to me, the intersection is way more important than the repaving project. It would be no cost to the budget to take the money that you've already got allocated for Daniel Street and do the intersection and get the safety issue looked after, the traffic flowing properly, and then we'll have to readdress it in another year to get the funding. But the safety factor will be looked after, and the traffic will be able to flow very equally, and it's not going to affect what is going to happen with this year's budget, then I would like your thoughts and reconsideration on that.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor. The interesting thing here is we did have planned to again, back to what I was saying earlier, what you see is what we repair. We don't normally build new things, so in this case here, we would have milled off 2 inches, 50 millimeters of pavement and did a full section of Daniel Street. There's also some other things that are happening there, and it's actually slated for 2025. So, and it's 753,000, but again, that's just basically to rebuild the road. And actually, we are working with Aaron Pryor's staff because they also have water and sewer issues underneath Daniel Street. So there may be some adjustments that need to be done there. But if we only spent the 753,000 in that intersection, then the road itself is already past life cycle. So that's the rationale for that.
Thank you. Councillor Whitewater and then Councillor Town of Pryor.
Thank you, Warden. I'm just looking at the slide that was provided in the deck, page 168, which is the November 2021 estimates on 15 years worth of growth-related projects. When I look at the timeline of need, there are 5 designated as now. Are we just reviewing this Arm Pryor one today because it's the first one? Is the remaining 4 going to come to council in the current year? And just having gone through the DC thing already, even if we were to implement DCs, it'll be years before we can collect enough money to pay for growth. We have a significant problem here. I just want to make sure that we're addressing the right road first. I'm not suggesting Arm Pryor isn't in need, but I'd like to look at the whole problem and have a plan for that.
Mr. Perkins?
Thank you, Warden and Chair, and through you. What you see there on that slide is a very cursory look at a potential, what we perceive to be is when we do get a transportation master plan of these roads. Interestingly enough, County Road 51 in Petawawa, for example, has been has traffic issues as well. It is in our asset management plan in a placeholder, as if we can find funding for it, we would actually attempt it. But again, that slide that you're looking at, it was we reached out to all the lower tier municipalities and worked with our planning and development department just to see where the growth points were for the impetus to start the development charges process. So in this case here, this is a situation that's occurred on a county road because of an intersection that's flawed. So this is an opportunity for safety and traffic flow.
Supplementary?
Sorry, I just want to corner it. So what we're saying today is that for the year 2023, Arm Pryor, specifically Daniel Street, is the only priority that has to be done from a safety perspective.
Mr. Perkins?
That's a trap.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Warden, through you to the councillor. We have multiple priorities throughout the system, and when you guys decide which are the top priorities, we will allocate funds to those priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very, very good response. Clearly, it's our responsibility to define that priority. So my question is back to the chair on that one.
Thank you. And I guess not to belabor it, I'll go back to the unfortunate timeline. I think Arm Pryor has been quite patient in waiting as we've gone through our process. And as Mr. Perkins noted on page 168, the big elephant in the room, and I do mean it respectfully, is the Petawawa Boulevard, County Road 51. We're not going to be able to solve that in this budget. We'll have to commit some resources to updating the needs of that, and the other portions of the budget. Again, or of that page, I think we're able to take a slower look at. But the Galvin one, and Edie Street with Daniel has been something that's been lurking for some time. And I believe that there was some conversations when that development was coming on stream 5 years ago, but they also fell off the board at that point because there couldn't seem to be an agreement struck. If I remember, I was in the room for some of the conversations. And it's unfortunate that there wasn't an agreement worked through at that time. And so now we're in a position where we have to do something retroactively. Fortunately, our umpire wants to take the lead on it, and I think, as the director noted, our contribution is a set contribution. So we do have a mechanism where a project is brought forward and the county's contribution is capped. So that's the fortunate piece. Some of these other ones, the estimates aren't capped today and won't be until we do a deeper dive. And so to pick things off the list on an as ready basis, this is probably as ready and as accurate as we're going to get in terms of our contribution. And so with that, I turn to the councillor from Renfrew.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple more comments to Councillor Weir. We asked the OPP for the number of accidents at that intersection. There haven't been any motor vehicle, but there have been close calls with the pedestrians/kids. We have a church in the school the school is St. John 23rd, which is a elementary school, and the mums and dads are walking their kids across that intersection. People, for whatever reason, are in a rush. And if you're going north on Daniel, they turn right into that motel and then come out the other side of the lights, going through the intersection where the crosswalk is. The other people are taking a shortcut through the gas station to make a left turn to get through. And again, they're going through the same crosswalk with they're not looking for kids, they're looking for a car. The last comment, Chair, is the police, the fire, and the ambulance responding to the curling club or the old or the new subdivision. They have to go to the left on the median to get into the site. They're on the wrong side of the road. Someone not paying attention has a head-on. We're going to have all kinds of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on the Public Works portion of, I'm sorry, Director Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Warden, and Chair, through you. Just to add to that, also you'll notice on that slide, Daniel and Edie Street is identified as a safety concern. The other ones are capacity issues, right? I'm sorry that it takes a little longer to get home from work in Petawawa and stuff, but Daniel and Edie has been identified as a safety concern. And also, sorry, back to the councillor's question. If we do get a transportation master plan approved, then hopefully we will be able to foresee these coming.
Thank you. And I saw Councillor for Township McNabb side.
Yeah, I may have been told this before, but I may need to be reminded, but the Transportation Master Plan, when is that being asked to be passed as part of this budget process? Or
the allocation is part of this budget cycle? Yes.
Okay. So I'll have to bring up Campbell Drive at this point. It's missing as a growth-related item that's, really should have been added as soon as the interchange was created 5 or 6 years ago. So just to bring the rest of council up to speed on it. So it came to council this past October. It was deferred to February. It was deferred again to April, which I guess brings us beyond this cycle. And I don't want that to get lost in the shuffle. In a nutshell, Campbell Drive is a township road leading on to a 400 series interchange. It's the only one in Ontario, I checked on Wikipedia. And it meets all the criteria of a collector road, which should be, kept to the standards that a county does as opposed to a township, right? Just with a double layer and the better construction of the road and whatnot.
Sorry, so Councillor, is your municipality, and forgive me, I don't know this off the top of my head, is your municipality part of the master plan as an add-on to the county's RFP?
Oh, sorry, Warden, and thank you, through you. As part of our master plan, this would be one of the roads that will be looked at. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's just a procedure question. If we're passing this master plan right now, or just part of this process?
No, my mistake. I misspoke, or wasn't plain. All we're passing in the budget, if it is successful, is the allocation to go out and continue it and pay for it. So the plan would be on the books for this year. The budget process today would allow us to go ahead and issue the RFP and start the process. And part of that would be public consultation and consultation with our, I don't want to say lower tiers, I always hate that sound, with our local governments.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
Chair.
And Councillor Whitewater, please.
No, Chair, if you need a resolution, I'd make one to include this intersection as part of our 2023 capital plan, deferring the two projects outlined by Director Perkins, with the acknowledgement that this is new build, but due to a safety issue, it's exempted until further study with the Transportation Master Plan.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor from Town of Arnprior. And discussion and clarification. Mr. Perkins, do you know what projects you would take out of your envelope?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair and Warden, through you.
I want to say 4.
We would remove C204, which is Bellows Creek Culvert, and that was going to plan for construction for this summer, and it was budgeted at $570,000. And we would also remove B145, which is Combermere Bridge, and that was just a design, was going to be designed this year, and that was for $130,000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments on the motion? With that, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, Council. Are there any further questions on the Public Works section of the budget presentation today? Seeing none, we'll move to paramedics, which is starting, I believe, at page 56. Are there any questions on the paramedics? Councillor from Amundsen Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like some clarity also. I'm presuming that we are reviewing now in precisely the same chronological order that we first viewed these, i.e. if I have issues vis-a-vis actually the capital is a component of this, so I'll start with that question or with that comment. So I'm just, bear with me as I turn to the capital plan. I think it's page 91, perhaps. Sure enough, page 91 of the plan on the paramedics. Council will note that the yellow highlighted are all of the cars that were deferred from 2022 because of supply chain, et cetera, and they weren't going to take delivery until 2023. The challenge is, and you'll note also that the ones underneath, the 5 cars underneath that are part of the 10-year plan are deferred. You'll note that they are within the column that is the revised 10-year plan, but they are not being budgeted for this year. So what I wanted to bring to Council's attention is because of the supply chain issues, there's been an enormous delay. I think that Mr. Perkins has experienced the same thing with respect to some of the larger vehicles in his department. The challenge here is that what is written on those bottom 5 cars is correct, that they are not delivered until 2024. The challenge is that if they're not ordered in 2023, they're not coming in 2024. If they don't get ordered until 2024, we're not getting them until 2025. So the challenge here is in not including those in the budget is we cannot order them, mostly because that this has just been part of the new regime. there is now a down payment required on these purchases. I think that only came into vogue once we got into the pandemic. However, we cannot change that. There are very limited service providers. In fact, I think there may be one now that is qualified to do the fit up on the particular ambulances that we require. So where I'm going with this, and we had this discussion somewhat at Health Committee, but I'm going to bring it forward here. So once we order these, we are making the commitment, but we're not taking delivery until next year. However, we do need to finance the down payment, and I'm informed by Deputy Chief Leahy that it's not on a per unit basis, it's on a per order basis, that the down payment now required by the supplier is 30%. So ultimately on those 5 bottom ambulances, what that 30% boils out to, and in fact, the 235 is an underestimation. It's probably more on the order of 300,000. Ultimately, at the 30% deposit is going to require almost $500,000 down payment, 450,000, I think, to be precise. So I'm assuming that we can expend simply the down payment and not presume that that is the full purchase, that we do not have to budget the full purchase until we take delivery. But I think that it's vital that we fund the down payment at the very least in this year's capital plan, which still is not going to impact the levy, that entire discussion about the levy, because these are in the capital plan. They're paid for out of the capital reserves. But at the very least, we need the money to accompany that order that will be submitted in 2023 to take delivery next year.
Thank you. Mr. Foss and Mr. Burke are working on something.
In the meantime, Chair, Warden, am I hearing that, I just want to put a finer point on while they do some math. As a process, I think we can agree on it being a good process. Am I hearing that the councillor may want to put a resolution that we advance the down payments on these 5 units that are anticipated in 2024?
Thank you.
If I might, actually, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Kelly, I have a chance to turn the tables. I ignored at my peril, I think, 3 different occasions at Health Committee, the guidance of Mr. Kelly. So we're going to turn the tables on him at Health. There was an elaborate discussion of this, and he said, well, the same thing is affecting Public Works, that perhaps at Budget Workshop we can have a much more broad conversation, more broadly than restricting it simply to the emergency services. In answer to the question that was posed, yes, that would be, if we wish to restrict this to EMS for the time being, I am more than happy to make that motion that we allocate, in collaboration with emergency services, what that specific down payment would be required, and that we include that in the capital plan, the 2023 capital plan.
And I believe the councillor from North Dakota Wilberforce was willing to second that. Thank you. Discussion?
Thank you, Warden. I am so confused. I thought it was 30% per order, as in not per vehicle, but if we ordered all 5, it was 30%. Is that, sorry, I think I missed something there, Councillor Donahue.
Well, it is one and the same. Ultimately, it is 30% of the total order. In this instance, if there is a variety, I don't want to get too far into the weeds. There are some of the auto lifts that will survive one ambulance and move into the next, but we do need to purchase some at purchase. So it is 30% of the total expenditure.
Okay.
I don't know if perhaps the chief wishes to speak to this.
I'm good. I get it now. Sorry, I misunderstood at Health Committee.
Chief Nolan, and while you're speaking, if I could ask my friends to the left, would they consider us offering up a friendly amendment about the Public Works vehicles at the same time? But we'll hear from Chief Nolan.
Thank you, Mr. and Madam Chair. The difference being, as we retire some ambulances, the lift assist and the stretcher in the back of the ambulance will transfer to the new unit. In other cases, those will be retired and will need to be replaced. So there's a bit of a mix between, if we're ordering 5, let's say hypothetically 4 of them, we can bring that $70,000 worth of kit into the new ambulance, and in other cases, it needs to be part of the recapitalization. That's why it'll end up sifting out to somewhere between $450,000 and $500,000 as a down payment. It's 30% of this or 30% of this. It's still 30%.
Thank you for the explanation, and I am assured that we're going to restrict this motion to the purchase of ambulances at this point. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we just sorry, Warden, we just need an amount just to put in it, so we're just suggesting $500,000, and that just, it's a nice round number.
Okay, thank you. And so with that, I see that the motion, the inclusion of the figure is acceptable to the mover and seconder. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you, Council. Might not be pretty some days, but it certainly is effective. Any further questions on, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor from Amherst and Brownlee again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did, certainly when we were reviewing the augmented presentation by Mr. Kelly, there was a discussion, and it was the first that I became aware of a process requirement that their approval has to be received. I think that was what the suggestion was from the Ministry of Health with respect to the expansion, because I wanted to speak to, certainly there are a couple of elements within the paramedic budget. This is the legacy budget, setting aside the community paramedicine, et cetera, that we've moved past consideration of addressing some of the pressure, and it seems that there is a kind of a consensus towards moving to the baseline budgeting, but of course there are a substantial, in fact, I guess the single largest component of the enhancement is probably contained within the paramedic service. So I just wish to speak to that. I think that in contrast to the recommendation, and I once again extend enormous appreciation. I think staff perhaps works overtime on putting that together, but I think it is incumbent upon us to start that process. Multiple issues, and I'll come back to some of them after, but I think we need to start that process because the province is always trailing on a yearly basis. That's why 50-50 doesn't precisely translate to 50-50. It's probably something on the order of 51.5 to 48.5, and that's because it's 50% of last year's budget. So until it shows up in our budget, the province doesn't participate. When it shows up in our budget, the province doesn't participate until the following year. It's always trailing. So I think it's incumbent upon us to move now on the challenges that we are experiencing. This was part of the presentation that Chief Nolan provided both to the Health Committee and I believe to Council in January. Notwithstanding the incredible diversion that has been facilitated through community paramedicine that has somewhat kept the wolf from the door, the challenges have grown, and we need now to face up to the requirement to enhance the current deployment. Is 10 ambulances in service in the daytime, 7 overnight. It is time to start that process moving forward. That is contained within the enhancement. It is my recommendation, and I would move that be incorporated into the budget. The figures that are shown on the enhancement page of and not set aside as was, I think, recommended in the augmented slides of putting this off to Q3, Q4. What is being presented in the enhanced budgetary pressures line or enhanced budget line would be the cost of the staff and benefits and operating costs of the ambulance. The ambulance itself can be kept at bay, as Chief Nolan had said, multiple years out. We currently have a fleet of 19 through which we facilitate the deployment model. We can find certainly opportunity. At this point, those are offsetting, but I don't think there is a pressure to purchase an ambulance. But I think it is time now to have to move towards this expansion and to get the province on board next year. So I would move that the enhancement be incorporated into the paramedic budget.
Thank you. Two things. Can I have a seconder? Councillor for the town of Arnprior. And then just a quick question. Can someone remind us about the cost of that? Because I have the impression we were talking about 6 months, but if we're moving it up, it'll probably still be 6 months. But okay, thank you. Mr. Foss, please.
The enhancement that's in your budget package includes salaries and benefits as well as vehicle operating costs, excluding the cost of a new car, if that needs to be financed through reserves at a future point in time. But the enhancement in the package is for half a year, and that's totals $647,000. So a full year of that is $1.3 million is your enhancement for the full year impact of that. So I believe what Councillor Donahue has moved is that we move forward with that enhancement, which is a half-year impact, not a full-year impact, $647,000.
0.01%.
Thank you. Supplementary, Councillor Donahue, or Mr. Bromley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify as well. So the full dollar amount disclosed by Mr. Foss is offset somewhat by the partnership with the City of Pembroke that would offset, as you note, at the bottom of page 56. They would be picking up $85,000 of those dollars on this year. And once again, keeping in mind that in 2024, the province would then be participating to 50% of this cost budgeted for this year.
Councillor from Bossier Valley.
Thank you. It still takes us to 5.01% on the levy, just so that everybody's aware.
Chair, I don't mean to argue. I just want to clarify. We're at 5.01. In what I presented today was the additional 12-hour shift for 6 months, which would have brought us to 5.01 based on rudimentary math. I believe Councillor Donahue is suggesting what's in the enhancement column, and that enhancement column is an additional 24-hour, 7-day-week ambulance service. I think I'm correct, not the 12-hour additional as I proposed. So it basically doubles to 647. So instead of 0.64, it'd be 0.128 or 1.28. Sorry, on top of the 4.37 that we proposed. Quick, do math. So, yes, sounds about right. Close.
I used a calculator.
Okay, Councillor from Whitewater, please.
If we know that it's going to be reimbursed next year, couldn't we lend ourselves the money, at least the 50%?
Mr. Burke?
Sure. So the funding formula doesn't ever catch up, right? They just advance a flat amount based on what they think you're owed based on a budget that was 2 years old. So there's no point in lending yourself the money. There will never be a catch-up period. You will always be behind. So in this case, yes, it would be realistically no point to borrowing against yourself. The funding would never catch up.
Councillor Mr. Bromley, please.
I will come back to this, but I want to introduce at this point too. So there was, Mr. Burke, I think, did a pretty good job, did a very good job, let me be quite clear, on describing the significant budget pressures across the various departments. One of the ones that we've been experiencing for quite some time now, I think going back to 17, perhaps it was 18, is WSIB. And this is the first year that we will now be budgeting a substantially higher burden cost for what we've been experiencing now for 3 or 4 years. But in speaking to Councillor Nicholson's comment, is this will be when the province will now be participating. It's not going to participate this year, it's going to participate next year, but it has not been participating in the dramatic upswing that we've been seeing in our WSIB claims within the paramedic service. Similar to that is what Councillor Nicholson is referring to with respect to the staffing of the new paramedic, of the new ambulance, if you will. But what I will say is that, so if this council should see fit to establish that as our benchmark across all of these lines, when the province begins to participate next year, if we don't in the absence of any brand new pressures, then we should return to a COLA situation, at which point we're probably going to see our own levy requirements reduce. It's actually going to drop. For those councillors who were in the room about a year or two ago when we actually removed some items from the council budget, Mr. Foss appropriately cautioned that once you remove those, now you're going to see a pretty significant increase to reestablish them, which is absolutely true. But in this instance, we're establishing a pretty significant cost increase this year, which may actually lead to a reduction in the levy requirement from what we've established as the new benchmark figure. So do keep that in mind because of the vagaries of how our significant funding partner, the province of Ontario, applies resources to our paramedic service.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, unless I see any other gestures of wanting to enter into this conversation. I'd like to call the vote. I'm sorry, Councillor McNabb, side.
Yeah, could you just clarify what the motion is again, please?
Certainly. Ms. Grunt?
We had a lot of discussion.
Thanks. I'll
Mr.
take that
Kelly.
one. Thank you, sir.
I would use my notes, but
So the motion, as I understand it, and the mover can second guess me if it would be, is that we would. The motion is to incorporate the enhancements for the additional paramedic service on a 24/7 ambulance service for 6 months of the year, incorporate that into this year's budget.
If I could just perhaps augment that at a cost of $562,402.
Correct, thank you. We'll verify the numbers. I think I wrote down 647, but we'll just double check everything.
And the
562, okay, gross cost, okay.
Councillor for North
cost,
Algona
thank you.
Wilberforce, you're still comfortable with your seconding of that motion? Thank you. And Councillor McNabb side, it's clearer? Okay, thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you very much. Any further?
I didn't second it, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Councillor from our party, you're still on side? Okay. Yeah, sorry. And everybody's comfortable the vote was carried out appropriately? That's great, thank you. So with that, is there any further comments on the paramedic budget? Councillor Service, or Councillor Town of Petawawa, and then Councillor Edmiston Bromley.
Thank you, Warden. Just a question for clarity in light of the recent motion we just passed. And I'm sorry if this is incorrect, but I'm facing information overload here. But I remember a mention of a $180,000 consultation fee for that potential new ambulance station. In light of what we just discussed, is that still in the budget?
Mr. Burke, please.
So there were two capital items in the property budget related to paramedic pressures. One was a storage garage in Renfrew, and the other one was a consultation fee to begin the process to replace the Eganville ambulance base, which is currently rented from the Township of Onisher Valley. I have not heard yet that those are removed, so they still are in your capital budget as planned activities for the 2023 year.
I've suggested instead.
And perhaps at this point, maybe...
if I can, sorry, thanks, Daniel. So part of that, what you saw, what I presented to you would be that hopefully the chief and his staff will review the facilities moving forward and come back with a report soon but that has not been removed unless we are directed otherwise.
Thank you. And with that, I'm sorry, Councillor Abenston Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. First off, a comment, and I would invite, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Burke to confirm or correct. So I think very similar to the experience within Public Works, at the commander level of the paramedics, we also saw the impact of the non-union review, and ultimately, likewise, with the Public Works Service, the decision was made to weight the hourly rate within each of the job classifications and categories as opposed to the annual salary. So inescapably, when one goes from the 1820 to the 2080, that's a 14.6% increase. So I'm presuming that that has had a pretty substantial impact on salaries. And that was driven from the Gallagher. I know Council has been hearing the Gallagher report, and I just wanted to bring forward that this is where it impacted here. In addition to that, of course, there was the whole moving towards the 55th percentile. Won't get into the weeds on that. What I would seek through you, Mr. Chair, is I wonder if Mr. Burke or Mr. Foss, whoever appropriate. So I noted that we are now incorporating a pretty enhanced payroll burden, payroll tax, if you will, to recognize the significant WSIB pressures moving forward. You'll note that the variance on the benefits line within the paramedics, we're seeing a just under $1.2 million increase. And I'm wondering if we could identify how much of that is being driven by the appropriate, in my estimation, allocation towards this WSIB pressure.
Mr. Foss.
Thank you, Warden. The question has to deal with the benefit burden factor for WSIB. And since we are a Schedule I WSIB employer, we're essentially self-insured. So we had an actuarial study done in 2021 which suggested that we had to significantly increase our liability provision for those members of the paramedic group who were in receipt of WSIB support. So we did that in 2021, but coupled with that is our ongoing responsibility to inflate our provision to put money into a fund to pay for all our WSIB related expenses. We have essentially in 2021 $10 million worth of payroll, and we had to inflate the burden factor from 9% in the 2022 budget to 15% in 2023. So that 6% increase is on $10 million of payroll is worth $600,000.
Thank you. So, seeing no further questions on the paramedic budget, I would suggest we move to long-term care, which starts approximately page 58 or 59. Councillor from Town Petawawa, and then Councillor from Whitewater.
Again, I hope I have my facts right. Thank you, Warden. There was some discussion about long-term care employee salaries being in present negotiations, and I just wonder if we're comfortable in the estimate that we're planning on, that we budgeted accordingly.
Mr. Foss.
Thank you, Warden. So we are currently in negotiations, and we have provided in this budget an estimate based on the available funding for long-term care, and built that in as an estimate for a rate change for our this is CUPE in both of Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. CUPE covers a significant percentage of the workforce. There's about 500 and plus staff in each of our homes, in our homes combined, and a significant number of those staff are CUPE members. So we have provided for a rate increase in this budget. If we were to talk about the details of that rate increase, I suspect we'd have to go into closed, simply because we are currently in negotiations.
Thank you. Councillor Whitewater Region. I was going to indulge in some mischief and throw out a very low figure, but I'll leave it alone.
I just further to that, Councillor Services point, we have the same situation with the health unit, correct? There's a potential impact for renegotiation of QP. Is it QP or is it different?
I think the health unit has the opportunity under the Health Prevention Act or whatever, the Public Health Act, to come back to us midway through the year if they feel they need supplemental funding. However, hopefully, and I don't recall the budget document to the degree where I'm going to be entirely accurate, but I think that was reflected in it in part of the conversations that we had about it.
The letter did include a warning that there was a negotiations this year and there could be further pressure.
Yeah, and I think they've always sent that line in the letter, not about negotiations, but I think there's always been that threat for about the past 4 years.
Good. Excellent. If I could do a supplemental question then.
Please.
Just specific to long-term care, and please, my ignorance will be very, very much in the front. I noticed the raw food costs are significant. It was mentioned twice by Daniel. Do we not then raise revenue costs for people that are living there? Or when those costs increase, are they directly carried by the ratepayers?
Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you, Warden. So the funding formula for residents in long-term care homes are broken into 4 components. So client programs, nursing and personal care, food, and other accommodation, which essentially covers linen and laundry and housekeeping and maintenance and all those other things. The increase in the food expenditure line is directly related to an increase in our rate per resident per day of food subsidy. So we always ensure that the expense line exactly matches the maximum funding available to our residents in our long-term care home. So not that food costs are increasing, but we're reflecting it in the budget simply because we have more money available to us to spend for food based on the provincial formula.
Thank you. You may have noticed that Councillor Murphy and I laughing it's not about something, we're not taking the budget lightly. I've noticed that when Jeff feels the need to answer, he puts his glasses down on his pad, so I'm able to call on him. So she was wondering why I was getting it right. So any further questions on long-term care? With that, we'll move to community services, which I believe is page 72 to 84 in your package. Okay, with that, I don't see any questions. Sorry, Councillor Whitewater Region.
Sorry, this was brought up in our community services committee meeting about the potential costs of uncollectibles within Renfrew County Housing Unit. I wonder, they've been accounted for in our budget?
Mr. Foss fooled me, kept his glasses on.
Did that on purpose. Thank you, Warden. So it's not new to us. So we have a provision. We have a policy, in fact, about how we're handling provision for unallocated accounts as well as bad debt expense within our housing area. We will provide, once again, at year-end 2022, another provision for uncollectible accounts, but very much a budget provision on an annual basis. I think the discussion that took place at the community services meeting was that we are seeing an increase in some of the challenges that we have for the collection purposes. So budget 2023 is essentially based on our 2022 experience. So if in 2023 we start to see a trend in a different direction, that's something that we're going to have to reflect on in future budget provisions. But the bad debt expense or the provision for uncollectible accounts is not a new issue for us, and it does ebb and flow, if you will, based on the economic conditions that are out there. But we've budgeted in 23 based on the economic realities of 2022.
Thank you. Any further questions on community services? I'm sorry, Councillor from Abbotsford Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to, I guess to Ms. Lapine, but I certainly know that property had a role to play in this too. I wasn't clear on the discussion about the presence of community services in Arnprior and what was being proposed. So I wonder if we could kind of have a reprise of that discussion again.
Thank you. Ms. Lapine?
Thank you, and thank you, Warden and Chair, through you to Council. The discussion, in order to meet the budgetary requirements, was to examine and look at the opportunity of relocating out of our Arnprior office into some other options that we have explored. And one of those options would be within the community housing buildings that we currently own and operate. However, through the generous contribution through our paramedic team, it looks like the rent will be covered for this year and allow us to meet our budgetary requirements for this year. We will have to look at what we do for next year, as we will be faced with probably something very similar for 2024. I hope that answers your question.
Supplementary.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Lapine. It does answer my question, but unfortunately it precipitates some more. And I think perhaps this even may go back to the question that just prior to the last break that Councillor Doncaster was asking. Is this driven by pressures we are experiencing on what the province is providing us towards leasing costs that are presenting a challenge because these are internal recoveries, correct?
Thank you, through you, Warden and Chair, to Council. There's a transition going on with Ontario Works, and starting this fall with the transformation of Ontario Works, we will be seeing a reduction in our budget. I think, and I would have to double check with my colleague, but I think it's around $118,000. I'm sorry, $131,000 from the province. And this is because of the transformation that includes the Employment Ontario and transfer some of the functions. And in doing so, the ministry is reducing the budget. So the amount that we're facing this year is only for the last 3 months of the year. In 2024, we face the budget reduction for the full year. So that is why we have a budget crunch this year, and definitely looking at, we'll have to look at what we do in 2024. Rental of our space in Arnprior was the consideration, given that we currently are operating with childcare and housing in that location. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chair, thank you once again to Ms. Lapine. And I think that Mr. Burke may have identified that in his presentation as well, that this is simply putting Council on notice. There is a component that is this year, which is the 3 months, but that this is going to have larger implications for down the road. But I'm also pleased that the expectation is that the presence is maintained in the community. And I look forward to more information coming forward, because the first question that occurs to me is, could we simply reallocate the space within the current to downsize from one to another? And I'm sure that will be coming forward in a more extensive, elaborate report on this. So our purposes, as Mr. Burke had suggested, are just that 1 quarter as they will impact 2023. Okay, thank you. Sorry, there is the nodding for those who cannot see on the recording. Ms. Lapine is nodding vigorously.
Thank you. Any further questions on community services? Okay, seeing none, we can move to finance and admin, which is pages 85 to 89, please. Councillor from Town of Petawawa and Councillor from Township of Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. I hope this is the right place to ask this question, but there was a case study about a business analyst position, and I haven't heard much about that since. Was that something that was not inserted into the budget?
Thank you, Warden. The business analyst position is within the corporate services division, so within our IT department. This position is in the enhancement column, this is a direct recommendation coming from the Perry Group, who did our strategic plan, if you will, for our digital review, and it's a movement toward supporting other departments in the digital transformation process. So that was in our enhancement column. I believe in the document that the CAO has presented immediately following lunch, we talked about looking at a $50,000 amount as opposed to hiring that individual to begin a purchase service to enhancing some of those services toward the end of the year. So that is the business plan for the business analyst, and the CAO is recommending that potentially we convert that into a purchase service, third-party contracted service.
Thank you. And Councillor Whitewater Region?
Thank you, Warden. I believe I heard something about HR services to lower tiers being impacted in the current year. Was that Daniel? Did you speak to that? I'm wondering if I can get some application on that, please, Warden.
Yes, so as one of the recommendations to meet the council target, HR is proposing to allocate more staff time towards the lower tiers in order to recover those funds. Those are fee for service. That's what they're proposing, not a reduction, but an increase to sell more time.
Thank you. Supplementary? No, you're good. Thank you.
No, supplementary, please.
Oh, supplementary, okay.
Thank you, and that's good news for me. The second one is just IT supports. I'm just curious, listening to the presentations about IT earlier in the day, I'm curious, do we ever sell IT supports to the lower tiers? Has there been appetite for that? Because I know we contract it separately.
Mr. Foss was waiting for me to ask that question because I've asked it 8 years in a row, so good for you.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to our councillor. It's a number of years ago, but we did support directly, I believe, 2 municipalities from our IT staff. There was an arrangement in place to ensure that we had similar networking systems, similar equipment, similar configurations, that we are attempting to provide that support. That goes back a long time. That's 15 plus years ago. So I'm a little bit hazy on those particular details. But the current budget does not have any provision to provide IT support to local municipalities other than the concept around the business analyst position. In that business plan was that if we could get that individual in place, there's certainly an awful lot of work for somebody like that to do. And if they had some capacity, certainly to be able to assist local municipalities to do similar types of engagements where, meeting with you and your staff to understand how we could digitally transform some of the services that you're currently providing and providing a path and a plan to be able to do that. Again, that's only if we put that resource in place. The CAO's recommendation is, at least in 2023, potentially look at a purchase service to get some of our projects moving forward, but maybe that would develop into something like an additional staff member for that purpose.
Thank you. And Warden, if I could offer, I know it came up, I think it's one of our priorities in our strategic plan is more regional kind of work, maybe IT and business analyst is 2 areas that can go in that parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments on the finance and admin piece? Okay, seeing none, thank you. So with that, I would suggest to you that we could move to the plan that was presented by the CAO. for questions, and I would further suggest to you that the long-term plan and the asset management plan, what I would offer to you is that I will request that it be discussed at Finance and Admin and set a definite date for a lengthier discussion on it. And I'll also let you know that I'm prejudiced by the idea that I think it's kind of a pre-budget discussion in November-ish with the report card at that point, because I think it forms a valuable portion of our budgeting process, the foundation of it. So I think it'll be a very lively discussion at Finance and Admin. And if that's okay with you, then I would suggest that's how because there didn't seem to be any urgency to deal with it today. It does have to be dealt with. And given the hour and into tomorrow, I'm not sure that we want to go too deep into it at this point, but I'm at your mercy. Okay, I'll take that as nobody throwing anything, so I'll take that as a yes. Thank you. So with that, Mr. Kelly, if you could move on with your slides.
I can certainly move on the slides. Did you want me to review them, or if staff, council's reviewed them? I think what I would suggest to you, Chair and Warden, is that if council is in agreement as a whole, that the motion to accept, if you got to the motion to accept the budget, it could be with the enhancements as recommended or by the CAO or in the CAO's recommendation budget, or separately you could move to accept the addendum report and incorporate those figures into the 2023 budget. That works well, considering the other motions that we had today to add things in,
so
and that's what I would suggest.
Yeah, I worked out the percentages for the warden here for the recommendation, but not the dollar value because I didn't have the exact for the paramedics.
I trust my colleagues have, well, the paramedics has been separate. My colleagues have calculated that sufficiently, I believe.
So do you want to ask for a recommendation?
Sure. So with that, could we have a recommendation to accept the CAO's report to us with the budget? So in essence, could we take 5 minutes and you could craft something for us, if that's okay? So we'll come back at 4:30. I'm sorry, Councillor?
Yeah, just could you just review the process from this point on? We've gotten this far, and just for the benefit of those that have been doing this for the first time, and apparently there's some changes from how it's been done before, but what are the next steps before we finish this? If you could just review that would be helpful.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Kelly, could you outline what the next steps are?
Absolutely, thank you, Warden. So as we see the next steps, on your last page of your agenda, there is a motion, a recommendation at least, that a bylaw be passed to accept the estimates of the sums required for this year. I'm paraphrasing. We now have, if you take the CAO's recommendation document, that amount into it, we have an amount and a percentage that we will add into that when that recommendation is in there. That recommendation then gets a motion, gets a second to that motion. You have discussion about it, and it is passed. And your budget then is enacted as of this afternoon, if that is the wishes of this council.
So what I would suggest is we just take 5 minutes and come back at 4:30, and then the motion should be clear at that point, rather than just trying to put something together in a hurry. Thank you.
We appreciate that, Warren. Thank you.
Thank you for returning, Council. Well, no, I recognize the lateness of the hour, and everybody's spent the weekend reading the budget over and over again, so I appreciate that. And with that, I have, as you know, a motion in front of me, so I would ask for a mover and a seconder. That a bylaw to adopt the estimates of the sums required during the year of 2023 for general capital and all purposes of the County of Renfrew in the amount of $54,405,356 be adopted at this session of County Council, and further, that the 2023 tax rates for county purposes be adopted by bylaw after the adoption of the 2023 tax policy bylaws. So could I have a mover, please?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I do recognize that there is somewhat of a looser procedure, but there was the commitment towards reviewing the presentation of the budget in the same chronological order as it was presented. And while I do acknowledge that we've gone through all of the departmental budgets, we have not yet addressed the 10-year capital plan or the implications for the long-term financial plan. And I think that those would be considerably useful in moving forward before we jump right to the resolution.
Okay. My apologies. I assumed that I had suggested we'd do that at a later date, but that's fine. We can go ahead with that. We can. So you have questions, and members of council have questions around the AMP and the long-term capital plan. So
I did actually, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Okay.
So I am. And I'm assuming that that all of council will have noted that too. I think that, well, I know at the conclusion of 2020, or rather, in the presentation.
So I'm sorry. Maybe, given I see the councillor from Brudenell-Lindock needs to hit the road, and I would assume there's more than one question. So perhaps we should recess tonight and then come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and try and go through the process. Would that be acceptable?
I certainly will defer to that question.
Okay. So with that is what I would suggest to you is that, I'm sorry, Councillor Whitewater?
Just wondering if I can amend that time to a little bit later in the morning, just to give people some time to adjust weather and those factors. It would be all right to delay till later in the morning?
So yeah, yes, that would make sense. Now my only question is, because we had this posted, is there any difficulties in us just arbitrarily suggesting we're going to meet at 10 instead of at 9?
I think we can start late, we just can't start early.
That is, yeah, you're allowed to start late, just not early, but I'd like to you should entertain a motion to recess until that specific time then.
Perfect. So I would entertain a motion to recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning to continue budget deliberations. And would that be what you were waving at me, sir?
My comment, we have quorum now. I realize one councillor has to leave, but Keith is missing as well. We have Glenn on screen. We're here. We can get it done within the next hour. I'm not going to spend 2 hours on the road tomorrow in a snowstorm and hopefully get here. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're presupposing that some of us will use the Zoom option tomorrow, given the storms. And I don't want to be presumptuous, but I'm not sure we can get it done in an hour. And I think once we open the 10-year capital forecast and the long-term financing plan, I think there's going to be a longer discussion than an hour. And then there's 3 motions to pass after that. So I'm a little worried that we're not going to get it done. And we'll be in the same position at 5:45 as we are at 4:45, would be my worry. So I would entertain a motion to recess until we reconvene tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Councillor McNabb Brayside, Councillor Township Greater Madawaska, Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And there will be a Zoom. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm tired. I'm not seeing straight. My glasses are dirty. So with that, yes, there will be a Zoom option presented to you. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Town. Oh, because we're recessed. We have too many legislative experts sitting around and beside me here. Thank you.